Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Chen Luo leaned back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the man in front of him. Tell me everything you know about Europe, Craven. And you're smart enough to know exactly what I'm asking for. Yes, Craven's voice was tight. His heart thudded as he quickly began his report. He already knew why Chen Luo had spared him. This man wasn't interested in petty kills. He was looking at the European Vampire Council the same way he had looked at the Mosquito's family in the Northern Bear Country, as prey to claim. If it had been anyone else, Craven would have laughed at such ambition. But with Chen Luo, he knew it was possible. The vampire powers of the world. For centuries, the blood clans have been divided into three major powers. America, the largest concentration of vampires, ruled by 12 clans in a constant balance of power. Their endless rivalries left the land fragmented, with no single ruler in centuries. Northern Bear Country, an offshoot of the American clans, smaller in number, but unified under the Mosquito's dynasty, thanks to the family's strength and cunning. Europe, ruled not by a family, but by the Vampire Council. Their origin was unlike the others. Centuries ago, during a mysterious plague, an immortal man named Alexander Corvinus was born. His bloodline produced 3 sons. Marcus, bitten by a bat, became the first vampire. William, bitten by a wolf, became the first werewolf. The third son remained human, carrying the immortal strain without transformation. Marcus turned a human lord, Victor, and his soldiers into vampires, in exchange for Victor's help to capture and imprison his feral brother William, whose uncontrollable rage and infectious bite threatened humanity. The war between vampires and werewolves raged for centuries. Even the birth of Lucian, the first intelligent werewolf, only escalated the conflict, especially after he led his kind in rebellion. Chen Luo listened without interruption, mentally comparing the details to what he already knew. "It matches up," he said at last, drumming his fingers on the table. Then his gaze sharpened. "But I think you've left something out." Craven's shoulders stiffened. "For example," Chen Luo continued, his voice cool, "the werewolf leader, Lucian. Is he still alive? I heard you brought back proof of his death. That's why you're sitting in your current position. Tell me, Craven, should I believe that story?" Craven's face drained of color. After a tense silence, he let out a bitter laugh. "As expected, I can't hide it from you. Yes, Lucian is alive. We made a deal centuries ago. I spread the lie of his death, and in return, I protect his movements from the council. How long has this arrangement lasted? Almost 300 years. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Then the werewolf numbers must be substantial by now. Craven hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Most likely, yes. Good, Chen Luo said, leaning forward slightly. Tell me, can you arrange a meeting with him? Realization flickered across Craven's face. You want to recruit the werewolves? If possible, Chen Luo replied without hesitation. The centuries-long war had proved their strength, and if Victor could once bend them to his will, then so could he. The irrational beasts of the past wouldn't interest him, but today's werewolves, those could be valuable allies. And if Lucian refused, then Chen Luo would simply find another leader. A faint, dangerous smile crossed his lips at the thought. Craven shivered. For reasons he couldn't explain, that smile made his fear of Chen Luo deepen, and his respect grow. After sending Craven on his way, Chen Luo called Blade back in. "You going out again?" Blade's brow furrowed, eyes narrowing. "So you're dumping this mess on me, again?" Chen Luo grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. "Looks like I am. You're the strongest here after me, and you've already handled this before. I'll rest easier leaving it in your hands." His tone shifted, becoming serious. "This is the last time. Once I'm back from Europe and have unified the vampire forces there and in the northern bear country, all that's left will be the local clans. When I bring back enough manpower, we'll crush them. Blade's irritation melted into excitement. His hand instinctively brushed the hilt of the long blade on his back. Fine, but when you return, the remaining clans are mine. I want to see what my new strength can really do. Chen Luo's smile widened. Deal. Meanwhile, Europe, Vampire Council headquarters. The ancient castle that housed the elders was still restless from last night's gathering. News from the far north had ignited a storm of whispers. Erica, you're not serious. Craven's alive. That's right, Erica replied, nodding firmly. He just called me. Eva's prophecy was spot on. All eyes turned toward Eva, the witch-turned vampire who had joined the council a century ago. Even Amelia, once one of the three elders, hadn't been able to match her strength. Though Eva rarely acted, her presence commanded quiet respect, bordering on fear. Eva simply smiled, offering no explanation. But deep in her eyes, a flicker of interest burned. Erica went on. Craven says he survived thanks to someone who saved him from the butcher. As thanks, he's bringing this man here. Curiosity rippled through the room. And his name? Chris Chun, Erica replied. The moment the name left her lips, Eva's mysterious smile deepened. She was suddenly eager to meet this so-called savior. From a nearby window, another figure observed her reaction. Clad in a black leather combat suit, with short chestnut hair and a flawless, sharp-featured face, she radiated both beauty and danger. This was Celine, Victor's adopted daughter and one of the deadliest death dealers alive. Celine knew Eva well enough to recognize the glint in her eye. Whoever this Chris Chun was, Eva's interest meant trouble or opportunity. 2 nights later, the roar of engines echoed in the rain as a plane descended onto the council's private airstrip. The night sky hung heavy and gray, droplets streaking across the tarmac. Chen Luo stepped out beside Craven, glancing up at the endless drizzle. After hours in the air, they had finally arrived in Europe. Turning his head and looking around, Chen Luo said with great interest, "Is this your base camp? It looks really suitable for vampire activities." Jianyo Country, as the location of the European vampire base camp. The climate conditions here may be a bit uncomfortable for ordinary people, but for vampires who don't like the sun by nature, it is perfect. If in America, vampires generally only come out at night, then here, as long as the sky is still raining, it will have no effect on vampires. And it just so happens that because the weather here is always cloudy and rainy, European vampires can also freely haunt the outside world. If it weren't for the fact that the vampires here have already been unified by the council and reach an agreement with the high-level human beings, if they don't hunt and kill humans at will, I'm afraid. It has long been targeted by humans. In this regard, Craven replied with a humble smile, "This kind of weather is indeed suitable for us to walk outside. But for you, Mr. Chen Luo, it is dispensable. After all, you are the same as that blade." Daywalker. Speaking of this, Kai AI couldn't help showing amazement on his face. In that battle back then, because he fell into a coma too early, he also failed to see Chen Luo's fearless performance of the sun. It was not until later that he learned about this incident during an unintentional conversation among members of Chen Luo's family. After hearing the news, he couldn't help feeling a little more in awe of Chen Luo. After all, as far as he knew, Chen Luo's strength was already terrifying. After seeing Chen Luo's strength with his own eyes, he had no doubts about Chen Luo's previous achievements. Thinking of how many people died at the hands of Chen Luo, Craven no longer had any thoughts of fighting against this legendary butcher. Possessing such a terrifying strength, plus eliminating all the weaknesses of being a vampire, this is the first time he has seen such an existence in his hundreds of years of life. There is no doubt that with the opponent's current strength, even if the 3 elders join forces, they will never be his opponent. And the moment the opponent sets foot on this land, the fate of all vampires and even all werewolves is gone. In their hands. In this regard, Craven, who Chen Luo came here for, had already expected it. Now that he has foreseen the future of vampires, Craven definitely does not want to be buried with him. Therefore, long before he set off, he had already made plans in his heart. After walking out of the airport, a black sports car with a very cool appearance stopped in front of them. As the car window opened, Erica's beautiful and moving face appeared in front of the two of them in the driver's seat. "Craven, you're finally back." Seeing the familiar figure in front of her, Erica's face was full of smiles. And after seeing Erica, Craven's eyes flashed a rare softness, and he said softly, "I'm sorry, Erica, I made you worry." Afterwards, Craven seemed to think of something, turned around quickly, and respectfully said to Chen Luo, "By the way, Big Chris, this is Erica, my real sister." Sweeping thoughtfully over the two, Chen Luo showed a smile on his face and greeted each other. After seeing Craven finally come back, Erica, who was relaxed, had time to look at Chen Luo, who was beside Craven. And when she saw the whole picture of Chen Luo, her beautiful big eyes lit up instantly. A handsome face, even wearing casual clothes, can't completely conceal Chen Luo's perfect figure. There is no doubt that Chen Luo perfectly conforms to all her aesthetics just from the outside. Coupled with the fact that the other party is her brother's savior, Erica couldn't help but feel a little better. During the process of driving the two of them home, there were even several times when she chatted too much with Chen Luo, so invested that I forgot that I was still driving. As the vehicle almost overturned several times in succession, Craven was so frightened that he immediately asked to change his own driving, and the situation finally improved. "Really, Erica, how many times have I told you? Don't bother talking while driving. I didn't expect that after decades, you still can't change." Hearing this, Erica, who was not convinced, puffed her mouth and forcefully defended herself. "How can you blame me? Obviously, it was fine when I drove it by myself. I think it must be because you were too heavy. It was crushed, so there was a problem." Hearing this lame reason, Chen Luo on the side couldn't help it and laughed out loud, looking at the pretty face beside him, feeling amazed in his heart. He also didn't expect that they are all a family. As an elder brother, Cleven is extremely shrewd, but as his own sister, Erica is unexpectedly cute. This is the first time he has such a type. See you. For such a character, Chen Luo got along with him unexpectedly harmoniously, and the two of them talked constantly along the way, and they didn't stop until they finally reached their destination. "Okay, here we are." Hearing this, Erica came to her senses and turned her head to look out the window, blinking her eyes in surprise. "Is it here so soon? Why don't I feel anything? Maybe it's because we got too involved in chatting," Chen Luo said with a smile. "Really?" Erica's face was slightly pink. She glanced at Chen Luo's side face quietly, then quickly turned her head and began to change the subject very bluntly. "By the way, Chen, this is your first time here, by the way. Let me show you around." Chen Luo didn't refuse, and Nuoma's replied with a smile. "Then I will trouble you." Afterwards, the three got out of the car together, with Cleven leading the way and Chen Luo walking behind. And just as he stepped into the gate of this ancient castle, the next moment, a familiar voice sounded from his ears. "Ding! It is detected that the host has come to a new environment, and the selection is now open. Option 1, kill Marcus, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and William, the ancestor of the werewolf, and absorb all their blood. Reward, transform into a bat. Randomly generate an ability. Option 2, take Marcus and William. Reward, ghost wolf bloodline." Hearing this voice, Chen Luo didn't stop in his footsteps. He followed Craven forward and began to think secretly. Just hesitation for a moment. Soon, he has the answer. Choose the first option, nephew. Chen Luo, who understands the plot, naturally knows what kind of ghost wolf blood exists. The so-called ghost wolf is a new creature that combines the characteristics of both vampires and werewolves. This kind of creature has power beyond that of ordinary vampires or werewolves. It can even rival Marcus, the ancestor of Blood Clan, or William, the ancestor of werewolves. Moreover, It doesn't have the weaknesses of vampires and werewolves, so it can definitely be regarded as a bloodline with great potential. But in Chen Luo's opinion, this is nothing more than that. Whether it is physical fitness or other aspects, with his current strength, he has already far surpassed the blessing of the ghost wolf bloodline. Even after integrating this bloodline, it can still bring him a certain degree of improvement, but compared to the first as an option reward, it seems insignificant. Not to mention the unknown ability reward of the latter. The reward for the first bat transformation alone was enough for him to make up his mind. If he can obtain the bat transformation, he will undoubtedly obtain the flight ability. Think about it. If he had such an ability back on Skull Island, how could he still be trapped on the island? Months long? It can be said that as long as he has this ability, he will undoubtedly be much more convenient. Whether his speed or flexibility, he will get huge amounts of improvement. Judging from this reward alone, it is much stronger than the so-called ghost wolf bloodline. Besides the 230 bat transformation ability, there is another ability reward. Although the effect of this ability is still unknown, but look at the abilities he got before. Which one is considered weak? Even if it is currently the least effective blood control, it is also related to his mental attributes being too weak. As long as there is a chance to improve the spiritual attributes in the future, presumably this unendowed will definitely have a huge amounts of effect on him. Under the temptation of these two rewards, it is not difficult to understand what choice should be made. Looking at the rewards displayed on the panel, Chen Luo is also in a good mood. He also didn't expect that he would have such a reward this trip. You must know that the last time he went to the North Bear country, there was no system notification sound. It was a surprise. Could it be because of the different types of vampires? Such a guess could not help but flash through Chen Luo's mind. And just as he was thinking about it, at this time, the three of them had gradually arrived in the living room of the castle. Because they had received the news of Craven's return early in the current living room, it was a day earlier. People are waiting here. Seeing that Clay, Siv, when returned safely, all the people greeted him with enthusiasm and sent greetings one after another. Looking at their concerned faces, those who don't know may really think how good their relationship is. However, the fact is that, as Victor's designated agent, Cleven possesses huge amounts of power among the European vampires, even under Amelia, one of the three elders. It is no wonder that he is sought after by others. As for such a scene, Chen Luo didn't intend to go in to participate and followed Erica to the other side. After a while, he stopped in front of a big beauty with a hot body and top-notch appearance. Eva, let me introduce you to Chris Chun. He is the one who rescued Craven. Arriving at Eva's side, Erica's cheerful voice sounded. Chris. Hearing this, Eva was taken aback for a moment, with an unpredictable smile on her face, and said slowly, So nice to meet you, Chris. Seeing her reaction, Chen Luo suddenly became a little curious, thought for a while, and asked tentatively, Look at what Miss Eva means. It seems like you've heard this name before. That's not true. Eva shook her head and said with a smile, But I remembered another name. Looking at Chen Luo, Eva paused and said, If I remember correctly, that butcher seems to be named Chun too, right? Hearing this, Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, and after a while, he slowly shook his head and said with a smile, Is that so? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Even though he said that, in Chen Luo's heart, a trace of doubt quietly arose. In order to make it easier to move, he deliberately gave himself a new name before he set off, but judging by the reaction of the person in front of him, could it be that he was exposed? Maybe. Eva smiled even more, looked at Chen Luo for a moment, and then said again, By the way, I forgot to thank you just now. Thank you for bringing Craven back. Otherwise, Ellie, I don't know how long Ka will be worried. You know, she has been such an older brother since she was a child. At the same time, Erica also looked at Chen Luo gratefully and thanked. Eva is right. Thank you, Chris. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Erica at the moment was obviously a little excited, but she didn't notice the hint hidden in Eva's words. Although Erica didn't receive this hint, Chen Luo didn't. When he heard the other parties willing to bring Craven back, he already understood that the other party should know something. Taking a deep look at the charming beauty in front of him, Chen Luo asked with great interest, "By the way, I heard from Eric on the road that before Craven came back, Miss Eva gave him divinated, and seems pretty sure Craven is alive. Do I know exactly how Miss Eva did it?" Hearing this, Eva narrowed her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up a little, which made her already attractive face look a bit coquettish. She stretched out her right hand, which was as white as jade, and her red lips parted slightly. "Reacquainted look, Eva Kayla, a witch vampire." "Witch?" Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and then he slowly stretched out his hand and held the other's slender and boneless palm. His face was full of curiosity. "I've heard a lot of legends about witches before, but this is the first time I've seen a real witch." After a pause, Chen Luo looked at the other party up and down for a moment, and Chen Luo sounded a little admiring. "But Miss Eva's appearance is a little different from what I imagined a witch would be like." Hearing this, the smile on Eva's face became even brighter, and there was an astonishing coquettishness all over her body, which made Chen Hao's heart flutter. "If it wasn't for maintaining the current state, I'm afraid I wouldn't choose to become a vampire. After all, I want to experience the feeling of bathing in the sun once in a while." After that, Eva looked at Chen Luo, blinked her charming eyes, and said slowly, "I don't know my little wish, Chris. Can you help me realize it?" "Interesting." Looking at each other, Chen Luo smiled even more and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a slightly harsh door opening sound. Afterwards, Serena pushed the door open and entered the living room. As Serena passed through the crowd, the noisy crowd fell silent for an instant. Hearing the movement around him, Chen Luo subconsciously turned his head to take a look. When he saw the figure walking towards him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment in his heart. The tall and slender figure, wrapped in black leather clothes, set off her perfect curves. The cold and astonishingly beautiful face, combined with the heroic spirit emanating from her body, added a bit of fatality to her. Appeal. Undoubtedly, in Chen Luo's eyes, this is a super beautiful woman who is not inferior to Eva in front of her in every aspect. Even Nisha and Erica are slightly inferior. Regarding this point, judging from other people around a year can be seen in the eyes of the other party from time to time. Seeing the visitor, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled, and he already had some guesses about the identity of the visitor. "Serena, long time no see. How are you doing?" Sure enough, when he saw the other party approaching, Craven's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked with a smile, "So you came to my welcome party too? Great. It seems you still." However, before Craven finished speaking, he was interrupted by Serena immediately. "Craven, you came back just in time. I have something important to ask you. Deal with it." Hearing this, the smile on Craven's face stagnated, and he said, "Can't we wait until tomorrow to talk about something? Tonight, we can. Tomorrow will be too late. I just received news that werewolves were found in the Kamen area, and there are a lot of them. I doubt what they might do there, so we have to act now." Serena interrupted the other party expressionlessly, looked straight at the other party, and said, "So I want to apply to you to mobilize the Death Walkers to dispatch. Facing those werewolves, ordinary vampires will not be their opponents." Because Cleven was designated by Victor as the head of the family. So in terms of the transfer authority of the Death Walker, apart from Amelia, who is an elder, only Cleven has the greatest power, and the body is a member of the Death Walker. Selena usually has to obey the other party's orders. Therefore, after discovering the trace of the werewolf, she also had to find Craven, and only after obtaining his consent could she start the next step. Seeing Serena's indifferent attitude, Craven frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Although he did have a good impression of Serena, but the other party's behavior that did not give him face still made him unhappy. In addition to this reason, there is also a certain degree of tacit understanding between him and the werewolf. So after learning of the werewolf's trace from Serena, he also subconsciously didn't want to care about it. The effect of these two factors next, Craven just thought about it for a moment, and then immediately wanted to refuse. However, before he could say the words of refusal, a voice that made his heart tremble sounded from the side. Sounds interesting, Craven, if you don't mind. How about letting me go and see? His body froze suddenly, and he turned around slowly. What Craven saw was Chen Luo's smiling face. Although Chen Luo's face was full of smiles at the moment, Craven knew in his heart that if he dared to reject him, what kind of fate would be waiting for him. Therefore, after hearing Chen Luo's words, Craven's face changed instantly, with a smile on his face, and he quickly said, "That's definitely fine. Since Chris is willing to take action, it seems that I don't need to worry about this operation." After all, Craven's eyes subconsciously glanced in the direction of Serena next to him. With his shrewdness, he had some vague guesses about the purpose of Chen Luo's trip at this moment. With a slight pain in his heart, looking at Serena's beautiful face, Cleven already had a premonition at this moment. From now on, there will be no possibility between the two of them. Although it was a bit sour, he soon calmed down. After hundreds of years of getting along between the two of them, he had already expected it in his heart. Since the two sides have not been able to get together for such a long time, it is obvious that the other party does not have a good impression of him at all. The reason why he has been obsessed with Serena before may be just the unwillingness in his heart. Now it is time to wake up. Ask for flowers. Sighing softly in his heart, Craven turned his head to look at Serena and said calmly, "Since you want to investigate the traces of the werewolf, then I won't stop you. But you heard what Chris said just now. If you want to go, you must bring Chris with you." Cleven, who knew Serena's character well, didn't give her any room to refuse, and said in an unquestionable tone. Hearing this, Serena frowned slightly, and turned to look at Chen Luo. "You are the one who rescued Craven from the butcher? Although I don't know why you have this idea, but I want to remind you that werewolves are not something ordinary people can deal with. If you want to go, I have no reason to stop you, but you have to think about the consequences. If you die at the hands of a werewolf, you can't blame others." Hearing this, even Erica, who had never seen eye to eye with Serena, hurriedly stopped her. Looking at Chen Luo anxiously, Erica dissuaded, "Chris, those werewolves are really dangerous. If you're interested in werewolves, you can ask Craven to catch a werewolf back. So you still stay, here it is." After saying this, as if to increase her persuasiveness, Erica turned her gaze to Eva's direction, and her eyes quickly signaled, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Eva for her opinion. You should believe what she says, right? It sounds reasonable." Chen Luo nodded, then looked at Eva's charming face with a faint smile on his face and asked, "Then, Miss Eva, what do you think?" Facing Chen Luo's question, Eva was silent for a moment. With some inexplicable gleams in her eyes, she smiled lightly and said, "Actually, I think that with Chris's strength, if you go with him, there shouldn't be any danger." After that, Eva turned her head to look at Serena. The smile on the corner of her mouth became more and more obvious. Besides, if Serena encounters any danger, maybe Chris will be able to help. Hearing this, Serena's calm eyes instantly had a ripple, and she subconsciously looked at Chen Luo's handsome face, feeling a little curious in her heart. Based on her understanding of Eva, Serena naturally understood that what the other party said also meant to remind her somewhat. As one of Eva's few friends, although Eva usually does not easily show her strength to others, she knows that Eva's strength is definitely far superior to her own. And not only in terms of strength. What convinced her the most was Eva's magical divination technique. Over the years, none of the things that Eva has predicted has been ineffective. Therefore, when she heard what the other party said just now, she subconsciously thought that it was Eva who had predicted something. Out of trust in Eva, she no longer had any objection to Chen Luo's previous proposal to follow her to find the traces of werewolves, and nodded in agreement immediately. "Then let's go now." After receiving the approval of 503, Levin, Serena had no intention of staying any longer, and immediately started to act. After a short while, she had summoned all the Death Walkers in the castle together to confront Chen. After Luo said something, he immediately turned around and walked towards the gate. Seeing the other party's vigorous action, Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help admiring him a little more in his heart, and didn't stop for a while. After waving his hand and bidding farewell to Erica, and Eva. Chen Luo immediately took a step and followed. Watching Chen Luo's gradually disappearing back, Erica came back to her senses at this moment, with a little worry visible to the naked eye on her face. Eva, Chris should be fine this time, right? Don't worry. His strength is definitely beyond your imagination. He's just a werewolf, and he won't pose any threat to him. Eva smiled and comforted him. After all, this is the legendary butcher. Seeing the direction in which Chen Luo left, the expectation in Eva's eyes became more and more obvious. She didn't know what to think of, and the smile on her face became more and more attractive. At the same time, Chen Luo followed Serena and her group, sat down in the same car, and then, with a roar of engines, several vehicles quickly disappeared into the night. Less than an hour later, everyone finally arrived at their destination. A group of people got off the car one by one and gathered in front of Serena. As one of the best elite fighters among the Daywalkers, coupled with her status as the adopted daughter of Victor, she also has a very special status in this elite army. Although there is no clear concept of superiors and subordinates among the Daywalkers, under normal circumstances, as long as there is no direct intervention of elders or Craven, Serena is equivalent to the direct commander of this army. Just like now, looking at the group of elite fighters in front of her, Serena said calmly, "According to the news, the whereabouts of the werewolf appeared in the area around here. Everyone spread out to search. If you find anything, don't do anything. Wait others come to support." Hearing this, in front of Serena, a group of Daywalkers all dressed in black nodded silently, then turned and left one after another. After arranging all this, Serena then set her eyes on Chen Luo and said lightly, "What about you? What are your plans?" Regarding this, Chen Luo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "I'm not very familiar with this place. I think it's better to follow you." Chen Luo, who has understood the plot, naturally knows that following the protagonist is the most likely to find the trace of the werewolf, even if he goes alone to search for it. I am afraid that besides wasting time, it will be difficult to gain anything. Instead of running around aimlessly, it is better to follow the other party, which is much more efficient than searching by yourself. Hearing this, Serena nodded lightly, and then seemed to think of something. Eva's words involuntarily resurfaced in her mind, which made her a little curious. "I heard that you saved Craven from that butcher. It seems that your strength is not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape from that butcher. I just don't know. What is the gap between your strength and that legendary butcher?" Hearing this, Chen Luo subconsciously turned his head to look at the other party, with a slight smile on his face. "What do you mean? You seem to be interested in that butcher. Why? You just want to know more about the butcher from me?" Regarding this, Serena nodded unabashedly. A trace of solemnity flashed across her face. Judging from the butcher's past deeds, this time he participated in the forces targeting the butcher's family, and was severely retaliated by the other party. Only our side is temporarily spared because of our relationship in Europe. But such days will definitely not last for too long. I think it may not be long before the other party will launch revenge on us. So in order to deal with the other party's revenge, I must also learn more about the other party's intelligence. After saying this, Serena looked straight at Chen Luo with serious eyes. And now here, among the people who have been in contact with that butcher, besides Craven, you are the only one. And that fellow Craven doesn't have the courage to fight that butcher. So if I want to know more, I have no other choice except you. Looking at the other party in surprise, Chen Luo didn't expect that the other party knew him so well and knew how to take precautions in advance, although her actions were useless to him. After all, she didn't know that standing in front of her now was the butcher she wanted to guard against. While feeling a little funny in his heart, Chen Luo also pretended to be serious, thought carefully for a moment, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Butcher, if you want me to say it, I think there is a relationship between us. The strength should not be much different. If we fight head-on, we should be able to draw." In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with Chen Luo's words. After all, the butcher Serena is referring to is himself. If he fights with himself, there will definitely be no difference in strength, So the conclusion of 4.5 Chen Luo is also true. Very well founded. Not so for Serena. Hearing Chen Luo's answer, Serena frowned. Although there was no expression on her face, her impression of Chen Luo was greatly reduced in her heart. You must know that the butcher's deeds are there, even if she has never met him. In Serena's heart, with the strength of the butcher, she is definitely the strongest existence she has ever seen. And such a terrifying existence. The little-known guy in front of him actually said that he was sure to deal with it. What else could it be if it wasn't just talking big? Thinking of this, Serena no longer planned to ask Chen Luo, and silently turned around and began to look for the werewolf. And she didn't know whether it was luck or something, but after searching for it for a while, suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she suddenly found out. At this moment, Serena and Chen Luo are standing on top of a tall bell tower. Ascending and looking down, relying on keen vision, pedestrians on the street came into their eyes one after another, but because of the light rain, most of the pedestrians were holding umbrellas, which properly blocked part of their sight. Her eyes scanned downward quickly, and after a while, Serena's eyes froze, staring straight at the two figures not far below. Although those two people looked no different from ordinary people, Serena knew that the other party's true identity was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. There is no doubt that these two people are undoubtedly werewolves. After discovering the other party's trace, Serena immediately began to inform other people to gather here and keep an eye on the other party's movements. Seeing Serena's movements, Chen Luo followed her line of sight, looked down, looked at the two human figures, and asked curiously in his eyes, "Serena, how did you find out that they are werewolves? I don't think they are any different from normal people." Hearing this, Serena turned her head and glanced at him indifferently. "We have their photos in our system." Chen Luo. He also didn't expect that the other party's method of confirming the target was not as grand as he imagined, but rather unpretentious. Sure enough, clever hunters often use the simplest search method, although I don't remember which great man said this sentence at the beginning. But at this moment, Chen Luo has a kind of recognition for this sentence that he has never had before. After saying this, Serena ignored Chen Luo's reaction and fixed her gaze on the two figures below. When she saw them disappearing in the subway station next to her, she immediately moved. Stepping forward, and then leaping lightly, the body drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground silently. Immediately afterwards, Serena followed the two figures and walked towards the subway station in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Luo shook his head helplessly, moved his feet, and with a gust of wind blowing in place, he fell to the ground silently the next moment. Following Serena's figure, Chen Luo came to the bottom of the subway station. As soon as he arrived at the platform, he saw Serena hiding behind the wall. At this moment, at some point, she had already drawn out a weapon in her hand, as if she was ready to fire at any time. Seeing Chen Luo approaching, Serena signaled him with her eyes not to act rashly. But Chen Luo nodded indifferently, not intending to do anything at all, but looked forward curiously. However, his eyes were not focused on the two figures that were probably werewolves of the moment. On the contrary, what he was looking at the moment was a tall, handsome human youth with a golden shawl and long hair. Michael Cole, then. Although he is only a human being now, Chen Luo knows that he has the blood of the first generation of undead Alexander Corvinus, and this blood can allow him to bear the pressure from vampires and werewolves at the same time. Transform at the same time, thus metamorphosis into a brand new creature, Wai Lang. In addition to having a higher physical fitness than ordinary vampires and werewolves, this kind of creature also has no weaknesses of both sides. Silver items and sunlight are things that can kill both of them, but for ghost wolves, has no effect. Such an existence, in a sense, can be regarded as the same as Chen Luo and Blade, belonging to the category of Daywalker. Although in Chen Luo's current strength, the ghost wolf strength is nothing more than that in his eyes, but such a creature with great potential, if given the opportunity, he does not intend to take the other party under his command. After all, after successfully metamorphosis into a ghost wolf, his combat power is already quite good. If his blood transformation is added and he becomes the Source Blood Clan, I am afraid that his strength will usher in a new increase. By then, we'll undoubtedly add a general under his command. While Chen Luo was still thinking, on the other side, the two people who were walking forward behind Michael also seemed to have discovered something and looked back quickly. When they saw the conspicuous attire of the Death Walker, their expressions changed instantly, and they roared, "Damn, there are vampires!" After finishing speaking, the two immediately took out 2 submachine guns from under their baggy clothes and shot them forward. Da-da-da! Fierce gunshots rang out on the platform in an instant, and as countless bullets poured out, the walls and even the ground were blasted out of deep pits, and even the crowd who couldn't dodge were hit by the bullets, subconsciously let out a scream, then immediately fell to the ground, crying helplessly. At the moment when the gunfire rang out, the originally dense crowd on the platform screamed and fled towards the surroundings, but within a short while, they all disappeared. And after seeing that the other party had discovered it, the Deathwalkers who had been hiding did not show any weakness and fired back one after another. Because of the superiority in numbers, in just a short moment, the dense firepower of the vampire side covered the two of them one after another. They couldn't dodge for a while. Although the two were far superior to ordinary werewolves, they were still hit by several bullets. Because the bullets were silver-plated, they would do a lot of damage to the werewolves. Therefore, after they both groaned in pain, they immediately evacuated inside without even thinking about it. With a movement of their feet, their bodies jumped violently, and after quickly crossing the subway aisle, the two ran towards the opposite side of the platform. Chase! When 417 saw this, Serena led the crowd and immediately set off to chase after him without even thinking about it. Seeing the figures leaving, Chen Luo turned his head again, looked at the back of the figure not far away, who was fleeing in a panic, thought for a while, and finally gave up the plan to catch up and turned to Serena go in the direction of disappearance. The other side, after a hot chase, Serena suddenly found that the opponents suddenly dispersed and ran towards 2 different directions. Seeing this, Serena didn't even think about it and immediately divided her troops to chase. Perhaps out of self-confidence in her own strength, among the nearly 10 Death Walkers who acted with her, she sent most of them to chase the other side. And as for herself, she faithfully led 2 Death Walkers to chase to the other side. Not long after, Serena and her party finally stopped in a hidden corner. When she came to the end of the corner and looked at the blocked road ahead, Serena frowned. After patrolling around for a week, her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the manhole cover not far from the ground. A few people came to the side of the manhole cover and sniffed the surrounding air. A Death Walker next to him suddenly showed a gleam of joy on his face. "I smell it, there's blood in here." After sensing the other party's movements, Serena did not hesitate and immediately planned to enter the sewer to hunt down. However, just after one of the Death Walkers jumped down, less than 2 seconds later, Serena's face changed suddenly, and she had a bad feeling in her heart, accompanied by a mournful howl and the wolf howl that followed. Sure enough, when she also entered the sewer, not far from where she was, a dead body that looked very familiar lay there. 2 huge amounts of gaps were torn in the throat, and a large amount of blood continued to flow from the neck. Not long after, the lower body was already soaked in blood. Seeing her companion die tragically in front of her eyes, Selena's eyes flashed with anger. She searched around, followed the bloody smell left in the air, and chased forward with another dead slaughterer. Guided by the smell of blood, the two advanced at full speed along the way. And after a while, they saw a fleeing figure ahead. Sensing the movement coming from behind, Cito turned his head subconsciously. When he saw the 2 figures coming behind him, blood flashed in his eyes, and a sneer flashed across his face. He didn't stop walking, but ran forward at a faster speed. "Go!" Seeing the other party's actions, Serena and the 2 also did not doubt him, and followed closely behind, refusing to give up at all. The 3 of them chased each other, and after chasing for nearly 10 minutes, finally, in this densely packed and intricate underground passage, when the 2 of them passed an intersection, a sudden change occurred. Boom! a violent spark flashed, and then a bullet wrapped in a purple halo shot out, instantly hitting the chest of the companion behind Serena. A trace of surprise flashed subconsciously in his eyes before he understood what happened. Suddenly, along with a flash of purple light in his chest, as if some violent reaction had occurred, the flame instantly rose up, completely enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Without making a single sound, along with the rising flames, Serena's last companion died. Seeing this scene, Serena's heart was chilled, and without thinking about it, she subconsciously rolled over and quickly retreated to the side. And when she made this action, dense bullets burst out suddenly, hitting Serena's original position. And as the shell casing wrapped on the outside shattered, the purple light contained inside instantly radiated, spread around. Because the distance is too short, even Serena reacted quickly and quickly reached out to block it. But facing this pervasive light attack, the weakness of being a vampire who is afraid of the sun is undoubtedly exposed. Dazzling purple light shone on her arm, and the next moment, an unprecedented pain came from her arm. The arm seemed to be burned by flames. The originally white and jade-like arm was instantly surrounded by a ferocious and terrifying scorching mark. White smoke came out from the arm, and the flesh and blood seemed to be evaporated, and it continued to melt. Fortunately, this kind of light was only fleeting. In the next second, as the purple light faded, Serena's wounds finally stopped deteriorating. After escaping from the dead, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the sound of heavy footsteps sounded not far from her. Hearing this sound, Serena's heart sank, as if she had realized something. Feeling no pain, he quickly turned around and ran back. Sure enough, within seconds of her leaving, at the corner, more than a dozen burly men came out one after another. Headed by Cito, who was chased by Serena, they all held guns full of ultraviolet bullets in their hands, and an icy glint flashed in their eyes, roaring and chasing after Serena in the direction she left. In an instant, the offensive and defensive momentum changed. Due to the impact of the ultraviolet rays just now, at this moment, both Celine's arms and legs were burned by the ultraviolet rays, and the black leather jacket she was wearing was also wiped by scattered shrapnel. A large area was damaged, revealing the infinite scenery faintly. But at this moment, Serena didn't have time to pay attention to these things at all. Because of her own injuries, her speed has also been greatly reduced at this moment. If this continues, she will probably be caught up by the werewolves who came behind her in a few minutes. Realizing this, although Selena endured the pain and tried hard to speed up, it was a pity that the injuries she suffered at this moment could not be compensated by willpower. The speed began to gradually slow down, and the body became weaker and weaker. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer to her behind her, no matter how firm Serena's will was, facing such a desperate situation, she couldn't help feeling a deep sense of despair in her heart. I saw her. At this moment, behind Serena, Cito and the others finally caught up. Looking at the figure who was less than 10 meters away from them, a cruel smile appeared on everyone's faces. Don't let her run away. Take her back to me. Just in time, the leader also needs some vampires for experiments. Standing where he was, he said calmly, "Clear." When everyone behind heard this, they nodded one after another, then put away the guns in their hands, walked slowly, and walked in the direction where Serena was. But after hearing Cito's words, Serena felt very anxious, resisting the severe pain in her arm, and put out her gun to fight back. However, at this moment, most of her arms have been burned by ultraviolet rays, especially the palms. Because there is no clothes to wrap them, the injuries suffered are more serious than other parts. It is very difficult to even lift a finger, let alone raise a gun and shoot. But at this critical juncture, the next moment, the mutation happened again. Bang, bang, bang. Just behind Cito and the others, suddenly, a violent gunshot rang out, and bursts of flames burst out from the muzzle of the gun, Zhao's, and a round of silver bullets shot out from the muzzle, and everyone had no time to react, so they rushed to the gun on the spot. A bullet pierced through his body. Damn! Who the hell? Feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, Sito's forehead was bulging with veins. His eyes were wide open. His face was full of murderous intent. He turned around and looked back, wishing to tear the opponent into pieces. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Although the bullets hit their bodies one after another just now, none of them hit vital parts. Therefore, apart from feeling severe pain, none of these people's lives are in danger. Don't look for it, I did it. And when everyone's eyes were green and they were searching for the despicable villain with the black gun behind him, the next moment, 10 voices that Serena was extremely familiar with sounded. Then, in a corner not far from the group of people, Chen Luo walked out slowly with a smile on his face. It's you. More than a dozen pairs of vicious eyes fixed on Chen Luo, their eyes full of violent killing intent. I'm really sorry. I just saw that you seemed to be bullying a beautiful lady, so I couldn't stand it anymore. So I couldn't help but fired a few shots. After Chen Luo picked up the gun in his hand and signaled to everyone for a moment, then under the dull gaze of everyone, including Serena, he casually threw the gun aside and watched them explain seriously. But I'm a peace lover. What I did just now was just to let everyone not hurt her. If there's anything wrong, we can sit down and talk about it. Isn't that good? Hearing this, the werewolves widened their eyes instantly and looked at Chen Luo in disbelief for a while, and then there was a burst of laughter. Haha, I thought who it was. It turned out that this is an idiot. Peace lovers. Damn vampire. Are you stupid for sleeping every day? How can you say such a thing? Don't you know that we are old enemies? Stop talking nonsense with this kid. Kill him quickly. I can't help but want to see if I rip his throat later. Will he still say nonsense like peace? Everyone was discussing unscrupulously in front of Chen Luo. Their eyes were full of murderous intent that could not be concealed. A playful smile appeared on their faces, and they sized Chen Luo back and forth unkindly, as if they had already decided on him. The idiot, not far away, seeing Chen Luo's actions just now, and the series of speeches that left her dumbstruck, Serena's heart was ashamed, and her heart was once again shrouded in despair. The glimmer of hope that emerged when Chen Luo appeared just now was buried again, and she couldn't believe it now. How did this guy save Craven from the butcher? Could it be that he really relied on the love of peace? Nonsense. Although she no longer has any hope for Chen Luo, she also doesn't want to watch Chen Luo be buried with her. Therefore, just after Chen Luo delayed for a while, and her arm injury had just improved, Serena decisively took out her pistol, aimed at the group of werewolves who were turning their backs on her at this moment, and decisively pulled the trigger. Crisco, with the sound of gunfire and Serena's voice, the next moment, as the bullet pierced through the head of a werewolf in front of him, hitting the bullseye and killing him, the rest of the werewolves reacted and immediately began to evade. Chen Luo definitely heard what the other party said, with a smile on his face, but his movements didn't stop at all. Taking advantage of the gap of other people's avoidance, Chen Luo decisively ran toward Serena, and then followed her looking at him in surprise. He hugged him by the waist with both hands and quickly ran to the distance. Damn it! Stop them quickly and never let them escape. Seeing Chen Luo's movements, Sito's face changed and he shouted loudly. The rest of the werewolves also reacted one after another, raised their guns subconsciously, and started designing. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of intensive gunfire, countless bullets poured out towards Chen Luo at high speed. As long as they can hit successfully in the eyes of everyone, the two of them will never escape death. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Luo's speed was faster than they expected. His legs seemed to be shaking like afterimages. He dodged their attacks in the blink of an eye and turned into a corner in front of him. Disappeared immediately. Damn it. Follow me. Seeing this scene, Sito and the other werewolves were so angry that veins popped out of their foreheads, and their eyes were full of undisguised killing intent. They had no reason to let go of the prey. They got so easily, and they started to act immediately. Roar! There were bursts of violent roars, and immediately afterward, everyone began to take off their jackets. Sita, one after another, standing on the spot naked, their muscles tensed, their heads raised and screaming. Afterwards, the muscles of several people slowly began to swell, and the originally burly figures began to rise again. The thick black hair pierced the skin on the body surface and slowly protruded outwards, and the limbs slowly moved towards the beast. Form metamorphosis. The nails at the end gradually become sharper, and there are streaks of cold light on the dark nails. Among them, the changes in the head are the most obvious. The mouth is gradually protruding, and the four sharp fangs are exposed in the air, which looks extremely ferocious. The ears also gradually change to the shape of a beast and begin to become slender. The pupils that originally belonged to humans also began to transform into animal pupils. There's a cold and cruel luster in it. After waiting for the change to end, what appeared in place at this moment was a werewolf standing upright with two legs. Each of them is more than 2 meters tall, with strong and well-developed muscles, pitch black hair, slender and sharp claws, and sharp fangs shining white light. Looks like a ruthless killing machine generally. And so it is. In a direct confrontation, under normal circumstances, a vampire would not be an opponent of a werewolf. Whether it is strength, speed, or even recovery ability, a werewolf is one level higher than a vampire. If you fight a werewolf with bare hands, you will often lose to the vampire. Most of the situation, however, in these hundreds of years of confrontation, the reason why the werewolves who have the advantage in body gradually lose the wind is also very simple. Wisdom. I don't know if they were corroded by the werewolf virus. As a result, werewolves' intelligence has never been very high, and they are often dominated by beast instincts, which makes them often unintentionally step into the traps prepared for them by vampires. Middle. Relying on a more precise coordination and a huge advantage in weapons. This is the reason why the vampire side has overwhelmed the werewolf side for so many years. Fortunately, after hundreds of years of evolution, the werewolf side has gradually become smarter, especially in recent years. A werewolf scientist was born among the werewolves. With the weapons and equipment invented by this scientist, the werewolf survival is so much better. After the weapon is no longer at a disadvantage, combined with the werewolf's natural warrior-like physique, the power of the werewolf clan gradually grows, and at the same time, the desire for revenge against the vampires becomes more and more urgent. Especially on the vampire side, when the Elder Awakening ceremony is approaching, the werewolves are also undercurrents. I don't know what they are planning, and they seem to be ready to strike at any time. After successfully transforming into a werewolf form, the dozen or so werewolves immediately followed the scent left by Chen Luo and rushed towards the direction they left at high speed. On the other side, after running forward for a while, Chen Luo also encountered a new problem. It seems to be a dead end ahead. Entering a corner again, after running a few steps forward, Chen Luo suddenly stopped, looked up at the blocked road ahead, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that there is only one other way to choose. After all, Chen Luo immediately planned to turn around and go back the same way. That's too late. However, he had just moved a little bit. In his arms, Serena, who had been hugged by Chen Luo, seemed to hear something at this moment, and her face suddenly became extremely dignified. They're coming. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, accompanied by several violent roars, several burly figures with a height of more than 2 meters appeared in the corner, blocking the two of them tightly. Staring fixedly at Chen Luo and the two of them, he did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes, and there was a hint of teasing in the cold animal pupils, standing there motionless, as if he was admiring the last moment of the two when they were dying. General despair. Just after the two men shot and attacked them one after another, at this moment, Cito is no longer what he was before, wanting to bring it back to the base for experimentation. And now he only has one thought in his heart, which is to use his sharp claws to tear that the throats of the two were torn, and only with the blood of the two, the group could calm down the killing intent in their hearts. Roar. After transforming into werewolves, they have lost the ability to speak at this moment, but through their actions, even Chen Luo, who met werewolves for the first time, can clearly feel the deep killing breath from them. Seeing the werewolves walking towards him step by step, Chen Luo stood there, motionless, as if waiting for their arrival. While waiting, his eyes kept looking and scanning the front. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "So this is a werewolf. This is the first time I've seen it." Different from Chen Luo's relaxed expression, at this moment in his arms, Serena looked forward with a serious expression, her eyes full of unyielding expression. "Put me down!" Hearing this, Chen Luo lowered his head, saw her face at the moment, seemed to think of something, and said slowly, "Don't force yourself. With your current body, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight anymore. Then we can't wait to die here." Serena began to struggle hard, wanted to fight side by side with Chen Luo. At this moment, Serena didn't notice at all. Before Chen Luo passed by, Chen Luo didn't give up on her, and when he chose to take her to escape together, her attitude towards Chen Luo also changed huge amounts of. Comparing, they're like two different people. Because a considerable part of the leather jacket on her body was damaged, this also caused her snow-white skin to have intimate contact with Chen Luo's palm several times when she was struggling, and Chen Luo couldn't help but feel the delicate feeling coming from the palm of her hand. Swing! When she came back to her senses, Chen Luo just exerted a little force, and she was unable to move. After all, she still had severe burns on her body at the moment. Although she has improved a little now, it is still difficult to move normally. The battle is still too rough. And even if her injuries were intact, she might still be powerless in the face of the dozen or so werewolves. So Chen Luo didn't intend to ask her to help him at all. He turned around and put them behind him, and then slowly got up. "You'd better have a good rest. Next, leave it to me," as he said that, in order to prevent her from not listening to his dissuasion, Chen Luo also took away the firearm in her hand. Without a weapon, Serena is completely unable to display any combat strength at this moment. Looking at the back of Chen Luo turning and walking towards the group of werewolves, a trace of anxiety flashed in Serena's eyes, and she subconsciously said with some concern, "But how can you alone be the opponent of so many werewolves?" Her worries are not unreasonable. After all, she has never seen the scene of Chen Luo fighting before. Even if she heard Chen Luo say that he can draw with the legendary butcher before, it is completely regarded as his bragging looking at it. C District didn't realize that what Chen Luo said might be the truth. As for the strength of these werewolves, Serena, who has fought for hundreds of years, knows better than anyone else. Even though she, as a Deathwalker, is much stronger than ordinary vampires, even if she faces 2 or 3 werewolves, she can still deal with them with confidence. But in the face of more than 10 werewolves, even she has no confidence in winning at all. It is precisely because she understands the horror of these werewolves that, while Serena is angry at Chen Luo's brazen behavior, she also unconsciously feels a little more worried. As for Serena's worry, Chen Luo also naturally felt it. He paused slightly, with a smile on his face, and slowly said, "Don't worry, it's just a few werewolves, and it won't do anything to me." What a threat! And don't you also wonder why I was able to bring Craven back from the butcher? Now, you will know the answer. As for flowers, after all, Chen Luo paused step by step and came to the group of werewolves in front with a twinkle of pity in his eyes and said, "What a pity! In fact, I don't really want to do anything to you, but who made you offend me? Now it seems that I can only say sorry to you." 17. In fact, when he set out to go here, Chen Luo had already decided in his heart that this time he must not kill as much as before. Now he has a shortage of manpower. If he kills them all, then what is the point of his coming here? Therefore, in order to alleviate the problem of insufficient manpower, Chen Luo has already made a plan when he came this time. Whether it is a vampire or a werewolf, he only needs to get rid of the disobedient high-level people. And I won't wave the butcher knife in my hand. But now this situation is obviously necessary. Killing intent slowly rose in his heart. Chen Luo took out the gloves from his arms and put them on leisurely, seeing Chen Luo's actions as if no one was around. The group of werewolves finally couldn't hold back. They roared wildly and attacked in Chen Luo's direction. As they waved their sharp claws, cold lights flashed in the air, and the surrounding air seemed to change. It got chilly, exuding a cold killing intent. As the sharp claws gradually approached Chen Luo, the eyes of Sito and the others became even more blood-red. Under the control of beast instinct, they couldn't wait to tear the throat of the prey in front of them, thinking that there would be a life in front of them. As things pass before their eyes, their hearts are filled with pleasure. However, it is not long before they are happy. The next moment, a silvery white flash lit up like a small ring, passing by their necks one after another. Before they could react, suddenly a sharp pain came from their necks. Immediately afterwards, imperceptible thin marks appeared from their necks, and strands of blood began to ooze out. Under Serena's shocked gaze not far away, more than a dozen heads fell off one after another, splashing all the water splashes. The body was weak and fell to the ground. With the passage of life, these werewolves on the ground at this moment gradually returned to their human form. They unconsciously twitched a few times, and then there was no more sound. In just an instant, in this battle of great disparity, the outcome is already decided. Chen Luo's figure slowly reappeared, and he took a corpse that was about to fall, and the blood cup quietly appeared in his hand at some point. After connecting a cup full of fresh blood with a thought, the blood instantly began to transform, and within a short time, it had already transformed into a drop of crystal clear blood, like amber, with an intoxicating luster. Looking at the drop of blood in the cup, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked toward Serena. Coming to her, looking at her beautiful face that was still dull at the moment, Chen Luo smiled and handed over the blood cup in his hand. "Drink it. It will make your injury recover faster." However, Serena couldn't hear what Chen Luo said at this moment. She just stared at him blankly, her face full of disbelief. "You, are you really that strong?" Until this time, what Chen Luo said to her back then could not help but come back to her mind again. Before that, she always regarded the other party as a big talk, but now it seems that Chen Luo really didn't lie to her. After realizing this, Serena was shocked, but she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed that she had wrongly blamed Chen Luo at the beginning. Therefore, facing Chen Luo's staring gaze, she subconsciously dodged and lowered her head slightly. There was a slight blush on his face. It's just because the two of them are in a dark environment now, and Chen Luo didn't notice Serena's abnormal state at the moment. "You can't blame me. I told you this long ago, but you didn't believe me." Chen Luo shrugged helplessly and explained. Hearing this, Serena's face became more dizzy, and her head unconsciously lowered a little. She didn't say a word and remained silent. Seeing the other party's reaction, Chen Luo seemed to have reacted at this time, and looked at the other party's reaction quite interestingly. All along, the other party had always looked like an iceberg beauty in front of him, but now he suddenly showed such a gesture, but it adds a bit of charm. Knowing the embarrassment in the other party's heart, Chen Luo smiled and said nothing more, but passed the blood cup in his hand further, and said softly, "Drink it. Your current situation requires a certain amount of blood supplementation." Seeing the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand, Serena hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. Lowering her head, when she saw the crystal clear drop of blood in the cup, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes again. So beautiful! This was the first time she encountered blood that could reach this purity. It looked like crystal amber, extremely clear. And besides the very beautiful color, when she looked closely, she could also faintly smell an intoxicating fragrance. Just by smelling a little smell, she felt that her physical condition was a little better. Feeling this, Serena's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to put the blood in the cup into her mouth. As the blood melted in her body, the next moment, Serena felt an unprecedented warm current gushing out of her body, quickly swimming to the wounds all over her body. Accompanied by a comfortable and refreshing feeling, she couldn't help but feel comfortable, closed his eyes. When the warm current gradually faded, Serena opened her eyes again, looked down at her hands, and saw that the palms that had been burned by the ultraviolet rays had already healed completely at this moment. Not only the palms, but even all the burnt parts of the whole body. All restored to their original state, without a trace of traces. Feeling the constant vitality in her body, Serena was surprised to find that not only the injuries on her body, but also her body, which had already been exhausted due to a large amount of blood loss, had returned to its peak state. And the reason why she was able to recover so quickly was only because of the drop of blood she just drank. Formidable strength, as well as the mysterious method just now. In Serena's heart at this moment, she has already developed a strong curiosity about Chen Luo, who has been together for less than a day. Thinking of this, Serena turned her head subconsciously and was about to ask something, but when she saw Chen Luo looking at her without blinking, following Chen Luo's gaze, Serena subconsciously looked down at her body. Because of the previous battle, a considerable part of the leather jacket on her body has been damaged at this moment. Originally, due to the influence of ultraviolet rays, most of the exposed skin was still in a burnt state, but now after returning to normal, the situation has changed again due to unforeseen circumstances. A large piece of snow-white skin was exposed to the air, revealing the inner scenery faintly. Coupled with the broken leather clothes on his body, it added a bit of temptation, causing even Chen Luo, who had been with Tony Rhodes and the others before. Now, I can't keep my eyes open for a while, and I can't hold back. After realizing this, Serena's face turned cold, and she immediately stretched out her hands to cover her body, staring at Chen Luo with eyes that were about to breathe fire, and said coldly, "Have you seen enough?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately came back to his senses, laughed a few times awkwardly, and then began to explain seriously. "Actually, I just suddenly remembered something else, so I was a little distracted." After saying this, Chen Luo looked at Serena seriously. "I really didn't mean it just now. You must believe me." Serena would not believe his nonsense. She sneered, and then said, "A certain person seemed to say that he is a peace lover just now, but I don't think your method has anything to do with peace, right? Bye. You wait for me here. I'll find you a dress." After leaving this sentence, Chen Luo hurriedly turned and walked away. After seeing Chen Luo disappear, Serena finally couldn't hold back anymore. The indifference she had worked so hard to maintain disappeared in an instant, and her face was once again covered with blush. Thinking of Chen Luo's gaze just now, Serena felt ashamed and felt an inexplicable feeling at the same time. Emotions also quietly began to spread in her heart. 0.1, and this feeling is something she has never experienced in her hundreds of years of vampire career. Before she savored it carefully, Chen Luo came back again not long after. Leaving the sewer in a hurry, he went to a nearby clothing store, and after buying a lady's windbreaker, Chen Luo rushed towards Serena again without stopping. "The clothes are back. Change them quickly." Passing over the windbreaker in his hand, Chen Luo turned around and left the corner, waiting outside. Seeing the other party's movements, and looking at the windbreaker in her hand that she didn't even have time to tear off the label, Serena was silent for a moment, and then silently changed into her clothes. A moment later, when Serena walked out of the corner again, she had returned to her original capable appearance at this moment, turned her head to look at Chen Luo, and said slowly, "What's the next plan?" Hearing this, Chen Luo thought for a while, then looked at the other party, and said, "I would like to explore here for a while, since there are so many werewolves hidden here. Maybe I will find something." Chen Luo's words came from his heart. After all, he has not forgotten his purpose of coming here. Apart from seeing the werewolf, a novel species, the rest is to find the leader of the werewolf clan, the whereabouts of Lucien. As long as he can be found, then he has the hope of conquering the werewolf group. Therefore, if this trip can successfully find the werewolf's lair, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to him. Hearing this, a trace of approval flashed in Serena's eyes. She nodded slowly and said, "Then let's check it out first." In this regard, Chen Luo has nothing to do, so in this dark and damp sewer pipe, the two started searching again. However, this time their luck is not as good as before because the underground pipelines here are too developed. The pipeline network is distributed under the entire city, and there are countless forks in the road. If they want to succeed in such a huge underground pipeline, finding the trace of the werewolf is even more difficult. So, after searching for several hours, in the end, the two still had nothing to gain. In desperation, the two had no choice but to give up their search and turned around to return to the original road. And when the two returned to the designated place, at this moment, a group of death walkers who were originally assigned by Serena to hunt down another werewolf were already waiting in place. Contrary to her situation, facing the pursuit of nearly 10 death walkers, the other werewolf was not at all interested in fighting. After jumping into the sewer, he even made use of his familiarity with the terrain here to turn around quickly and dive into the sewer. After entering a corner, it disappeared in front of everyone. After losing the tracking target, everyone had no choice but to return to their original places and wait. Seeing that the other team didn't gain anything, Serena had no other choice, and finally had no choice but to return to the base camp. After returning to the base camp, everyone got out of the car and walked towards the interior of the castle. As soon as she stepped into the gate of the ancient castle, Erica, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Chen Luo and others coming back from the window and immediately went downstairs to greet her. Coming to Chen Luo's side, Erica had an unconcealable happy smile on her face, and her tone became a little cheerful unconsciously. "Chris, you're finally back. You haven't come back for so long. I thought you might be in some danger, so I wanted to ask Craven to send someone out to find you. But he refused. I don't think he saved your life at all. Benefactor, take it to heart. But it's okay. I knew that guy Craven was unreliable, so I asked Eva to help you divination, and then Eva told me that you'll be fine today. Now it seems that it is still Eva. Baby is amazing. Much better than my useless brother." Looking at Erica, who was surrounded by him and talking constantly, Chen Luo could naturally feel the other party's undisguised concern. His heart warmed up slightly, and there was a trace of apology on his face. Looking directly into her eyes, Chen Luo lowered his head and said softly, "Sorry, Erica, for worrying you." Under Chen Luo's scorching gaze, Erica's heart instantly became extremely flustered. Her voice froze instantly. She was a little at a loss and stammered in a small voice, "It's okay. You're fine." Looking at her slightly flushed round face and her bewildered and cute appearance, I couldn't help liking this little girl who was a bit talkative and at the same time a little naive. Beside Chen Luo, looking at Erica, who was chatting happily with Chen Luo at the moment, Serena couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable and subconsciously frowned slightly. "Chris, we haven't finished our work today. I just thought that the gang of werewolves might have other purposes for this operation. Come with me. Let's investigate the monitoring together." After leaving these words, Serena immediately turned and walked upstairs. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't think too much about it, thinking that the other party had some serious business looking for him. So he looked at Erica apologetically and said softly, "I'm sorry. It seems I'll be leaving for a while." After waving his hand and saying goodbye to Erica, Chen Luo immediately turned around and walked upstairs. Seeing the back of Chen Luo leaving, Erica stood in the same place, stunned for a moment, didn't know what to think. Her face flushed slightly, but soon turned into a somewhat angry look, bit her lips subconsciously, and muttered something in a low voice. "What's the matter, Erica? Didn't you just complain that Serena interrupted your good business?" Behind Erica, a teasing voice spread quickly. "Serena, that guy's too much. It's hard for me to be alone with Chris." Erica, who was told what was on her mind, subconsciously echoed a few words, then suddenly reacted and screamed, quickly turned back and turned around. When she saw Eva quietly appearing behind her at unknown time, her little face flushed instantly. Her heart was full of embarrassment that her mind had been shattered, and she stammered and began to defend herself. "No, Eva, listen to me, I don't." Seeing her appearance, the smile on Eva's face became more and more obvious. She reached out and touched her small head and comforted 840 with a smile. "Okay, don't explain. I understand. I think Chris, he should understand too. Believe me, it's not just Erica. Chris also has a crush on Erica. Anyway, Erica's wish will definitely come true in the future. After all, this is all the result of my occupation." "Really?" "Sure enough, After hearing Eva's words, Erica had a visible smile on her face. She didn't know what she thought of. Her beautiful big eyes were in a daze, as if she had fallen into what looks like a fantasy. Seeing her expression, Eva on the side shook her head helplessly, her eyes becoming more doting. Silly boy, this kind of thing actually doesn't need divination at all, and it already has a result. On the other side, after waiting in the monitoring room for a while, when she saw Chen Luo coming here, the corner of Serena's mouth raised a slight arc, but it disappeared in an instant. His eyes moved to the screen in front of him, and his brain began to run rapidly, thinking about all the details of the previous tracking of the werewolf. Seeing the pictures on the screen in front of her constantly changing. After a while, Serena's eyes suddenly brightened, and she suddenly made a discovery. I found it. Have you found anything? Hearing Serena's voice, Chen Luo quickly walked to her side, leaned over to watch the screen. Even though the two are close at hand now, Serena didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. She pointed at the blurred figure on the screen. Her eyes looked a little excited and said, "That's it. I just checked the surveillance for a while and found that the two werewolves have been following this human being for a while. It must be this human being who bid for them." Speaking of this, looking at the somewhat blurred figure on the screen, Serena's expression was a little urgent. However, the figure found on the surveillance is still a bit blurry. It will take a long time to clearly restore his original appearance. It seems that we will have to wait a few hours to know the result. Chen Luo didn't speak, but looked at the figure on the screen with a smile on the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly. The man's words, "I think I know who he is." Turning his head, facing Serena's eyes full of surprise, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Do you still remember when you were on the subway station? I seem to have seen him there. I think those two werewolves should have entered with him." The subway station. Who is that person? Do you know his name? Hearing Chen Luo's answer, Celine asked impatiently, "I'm not sure about that. After all, I'm not used to strike up a conversation with strangers, especially if the other party is a man." Chen Luo shrugged, not intending to tell the truth at all. Although he also knows the name of the other party, it is not easy to explain this kind of thing. After all, it is his first time here, and has his name directly written on the other party's body. Exposing too much in this situation will only attract some unnecessary suspicions. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Serena couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him, said in a bad mood, "Then what's the difference between you and you didn't say it? In the end, don't you have to wait for the computer to analyze the results?" I have to say that even a simple eye-rolling action adds a touch of warmth to Serena's cold temperament, which makes her look special. Seeing her rare appearance, Chen Luo looked directly at her with burning eyes and said unabashedly, "Isn't that just right? We also have a reason to stay here for a while." Hearing this, Serena's heart was shocked, and her eyes began to flicker instantly. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look into Chen Luo's eyes anymore. She stared at the screen in front of her without blinking, concentrating on it, as if there is something that attracts her in general. It's just that although she tried her best to appear serious, in Chen Luo's eyes, her actions seemed a little pretentious. From Chen Luo's perspective, it could be clearly seen that at this moment Serena's beautiful face is already covered with a layer of blush. Her eyes are a little distracted. Her attention is not on the screen at all. Her body is tense. The whole person is in a state of tension visible to the naked eye. Seeing the other party's appearance, Chen Luo smiled inwardly, without breaking it, moved a chair and sat next to Serena, without any scruples, looked at her above board and did not hide his intentions at all. For Chen Luo's performance, Serena naturally noticed and felt ashamed, but more nervous. Even though she is a death walker who has experienced many battles, she doesn't know how to deal with the current situation. She simply pretended not to see it, without any sign of turning her head, and stared at the screen without blinking. It looks like she is working, but at this moment, her mind has drifted away and disappeared. Time passed minute by minute in her distraction. Soon, several hours passed, and at this moment, the search results had already been quietly displayed on the computer in front of the two of them. But Serena didn't notice it at all. and was still in a daze. In the past few hours, although the two of them have not even said a word, but at this time, not speaking can already express a person's intention to a certain extent. Regarding this point, Chen Luo, who was taught by two excellent teachers, nature is very clear. Tony Rhodes. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Luo didn't intend to continue any longer. He stretched out his hand and shook her in front of her, finally waking her up. "Wake up, Serena. The result has come out." "Result? What result?" Serena, who hadn't reacted yet, subconsciously replied, but just after she said the words, she came back to her senses and realized what she said. The face that had recovered its fairness instantly became dizzy again. Trying to calm herself down, Serena looked at the screen in front of her seriously, and when she saw the results displayed on it, she quickly got up, left a sentence of "we're leaving now," and walked quickly towards the door go. And during this process, her eyes did not fall on Chen Luo for even a second, and even the back view when she left seemed to be running away. Seeing the other party's performance, Chen Luo smiled even more. After a reply, he immediately got up and followed. This time the two did not take other people there. Firstly, Serena felt that this time it was just me and she didn't need to spend so much trouble. Second, after seeing Chen Luo's strength before, even if she met Chen Luo on the road this time with accident, she believes that with her and Chen Luo's strength, it can be resolved. Then another few hours passed. According to the address found, finally, in front of a dilapidated building, a dark car slowly stopped. Chen Luo and Chen Luo got off the car respectively, raised their heads, and looked at the building in front of them. Serena took the lead and walked towards the destination first. After a while, when the two came to the room where Michael lived, they were about to open the door. However, at this moment, an indistinct bloody smell suddenly came from the room. Upon smelling this smell, the two frowned in unison, looked at each other, and felt a sense of displeasure in their hearts' wonderful premonition. No more hesitation at the moment, and immediately broke into the door, but when the two entered the house, they found that the room was already in chaos. Zhao hao hao. After searching around, on the carpet in the living room, there was a bright red blood stains remained on it. Squatting down, touching the trace of blood with her fingers, after feeling it for a while, Serena showed a look of helplessness on her face and said, "Looks like they've been gone for a while. We're late this time. It seems that our trip was for nothing." Chen Luo didn't have any regrets about it. After seeing that there was nothing to gain, he turned his head to look at Serena and said softly, "In this case, let's go back. If we discover the movements of the werewolves later, it will not be too late for us to act. That's the only way." Serena nodded slightly, without refuting, as the two set off to return in the port area, somewhere among huge amounts of warehouse. At this moment, looking at the unconscious Michael in front of him, the leader of the werewolves, Lucian gradually showed a hint of excitement on his face. While Chen Luo and Chen Luo were still waiting for the result, Michael's address had already been known by the werewolves. After getting the other party's address, Lucian even personally led the team to Michael's apartment and captured him. Although after returning home, Michael immediately realized something was wrong and wanted to turn around and flee, but what he had to face was a werewolf whose skill was far superior to his. As an ordinary human being, he had no room to resist and succeeded, taken away by Lucian and others. After bringing it to the base where the werewolf base camp was located, Lucian couldn't wait to start his experiment immediately. "Let's get started, Vaughn." Looking at Michael, who was bound and fixed all over and fell into a coma, Lucian turned his head and said to a man with gray hair and an old face, "As the chief scientist of the werewolf family, Vaughn's status among werewolves was not respected by many people at the beginning. Because he was transformed into a werewolf due to an accident when he was old, this also made Vaughn not as bloodthirsty and warlike as other werewolves. On the contrary, he was able to curb his beast instinct very well and use the werewolf race. The long life it brings is used to study science. It is precisely because of the continuous defeat of the werewolves against the vampires in these hundreds of years, which resulted in a large number of casualties. 327 made Lucian realize the importance of technology, So Vaughn came into the public eye at this time, be valued by Lucien. With the strong support of Lucien, Vaughn used his scientific research ability to start making weapons for the werewolves, and the ultraviolet bullets equipped by the werewolves came from people of Grace. Over the years, in addition to developing bullets, Vaughn also consciously collects relevant information because he is curious about the history of vampires and werewolves. In the process of collecting information, he accidentally discovered an astonishing truth. That is, whether it is a vampire or a werewolf, they all come from a common ancestor, Alexander Corvinus. As the first non-dead man recorded in the data, Alexander naturally has his peculiarities. In fact, the reason why he was able to survive was entirely due to an accident. In a plague that spread widely, Alexander, who was infected with the plague, survived smoothly because of the presence of certain antibodies in his body. And the antibodies in his body produced new changes because of the combination with the plague virus, SEB, and it was precisely because of this change that he obtained the calendar area of immortality. The uniqueness of the blood in his body was successfully passed down after the birth of his offspring. As his 3 offspring grew up, in a later accident, 2 of his offspring were bitten by bats and wild wolves respectively, and after the blood in their bodies combined, 2 new species were formed. And this is the origin of vampires and werewolves. Unlike Marcus, who is a vampire, and William, who is a werewolf, as the 3rd son of Alexander, the other party has continued to this day as a pure human being. Although he did not have a long life like his father and 2 older brothers, the blood that belonged exclusively to the Corvinus family was still passed down among his descendants. And as a descendant of Corvinus, there is no doubt that Michael Bennett undoubtedly possesses this kind of blood. After learning about the specificity of the bloodline of the Corvinus family, Vaughn couldn't help thinking that if he could get this bloodline and mix it with the bloodlines of vampires and werewolves, would it be possible to create a brand new family? Species? Because there have been 2 successful cases of Marcus and William before, Vaughn seems very confident about his conjecture. And after learning of Vaughn's thoughts, since it is possible to improve his own strength, Lucien naturally has no reason to object, so he immediately ordered to start searching for descendants with the blood of Corvinus. After more than 10 years of searching and countless failures, he finally locked on the human being who is most likely to have this bloodline, Michael. After locking the target, Lucien immediately sent someone to track the target's movements and then brought him in front of him. However, he never expected that the vampires just happened to notice his actions at this time, so they sent people to hunt them down. For this reason, they even paid the lives of more than a dozen werewolves on their side. Not to mention heavy. You must know that the werewolf clan now has less than 1,000 left because of their relationship with the vampires all the year round. With this base number, facing the vampire clans pressing step by step, the living environment of the werewolves is also shrinking step by step. And this was hundreds of years ago. After Lucien and Craven reached an agreement, the vampires believed that Lucien was dead, and they had a chance to breathe if they didn't kill them all. Otherwise, even with the help of Vaughn's weapon, facing dozens of times the number of vampires, no matter how strong the werewolves are, as long as the vampires are willing to pay a certain price, it is not a problem to wipe them all out. During this period, Lucien didn't think about increasing his population by biting humans. But firstly, because of the uninterrupted search of vampires, and secondly, because of the continuous advancement of science and technology in human society in recent years, both vampires and werewolves have entered the vision of high-level human beings. Therefore, it is already impossible to attack humans that will like that. Under such double pressure, Lucien is more and more eager to improve his strength. In his opinion, as long as he is strong enough, he will have the capital to contend with both humans and vampires. Especially the vampire side. Even though hundreds of years have passed, he will never forget the despair and anger he felt when he watched his beloved die in front of him. In order to get the power to kill Victor's strength, he can give his all. As one of the 3 elders of the vampire clan, Victor's power is unquestionable. Even Lucien, who is the strongest among werewolves, would not be his opponent. The last hope of increasing strength. After more than 10 years of hard searching, finally, in Michael, he saw the dawn of success. Thinking of the awakening ceremony that the vampire side will start in 2 days, Lucien couldn't help but secretly began to look forward to it. It's almost here, Victor, wait for me. Right away, it's the day I will take revenge on you. Just when Lucien was still experimenting with Michael's blood. On the other side, in the castle where the vampire base camp is located, at this moment, busy preparations are underway. Wait a minute. Don't spread the red carpet. Let's talk about these tables later. And the overhead lights, what idiot did that? We're having a dance, not a disco. Give me these lights and replace them. Tomorrow is the day to welcome Elder Marcus to wake up. Are you going to let the elder see such a scene as soon as he wakes up? Listen to me. The dance party tomorrow night must be held smoothly. In the corridor on the second floor, Chen Luo leaned over and saw Erica orderly directing everyone to start decorating the castle. He couldn't help being a little surprised and said, I didn't expect Erica to have such an ability. This housekeeper is really good, surprisingly good. Chen Luo really didn't expect that this cute and talkative girl would have a good ability to be a housekeeper. Seeing her commanding and orderly appearance, Chen Luo felt a little overwhelmed for a while. She brought back to New York the idea of being a little butler of her own. Beside Chen Luo, Eva was wearing a bright red long dress, which set off her already perfect body curve even more amazingly. With a charming smile on her face, she looked at Chen Luo with a half-smile dash, slowly opened her mouth, and said, If you want, you can consider taking him back to New York. It would be nice to be your little housekeeper. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows in surprise, turned his head to look at the other party, thought for a moment, and then asked with some doubts, Mind reading? Hearing this, a trace of astonishment appeared on Eva's face, but she quickly realized that the smile on her face was even wider, and she said, I don't have that kind of ability, but your thoughts are written all over your face, so it's not too difficult to guess. Is that so? Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, looked at the other party calmly, and asked softly, So, I'm a little curious. How did Miss Eva know my identity? Presumably Miss Eva should have recognized me from the moment I stepped into this castle, right? Could it be that Miss Eva's divination skills are really so miraculous? Regarding this question, Chen Luo also wanted to have a good chat with the other party for a long time, but now that no one else was there, Chen Luo simply opened the skylight to speak frankly and ask questions directly. Facing Chen Luo's question, Eva shook her head slowly, and then said, Actually, I can already guess a thing or two about your identity without divination. Then, without waiting for Chen Luo to ask, she replied on her own. After all, as far as I know, that butcher is not a character who would kindly let Craven back, especially after Craven launched an attack on his family. Because of Craven's shot this time, I'm afraid that the butcher has turned his attention to this place. Referring to the incident that happened in the North Bear Country a while ago, I don't think it will be long before this place can escape becoming a slaughterhouse. Destiny. Since the butcher is likely to come later, Mr. Chris, who came back with Craven, looks suspicious. Speaking of this, Eva drew a smile on her face, looked at Chen Luo, and teased. So, when we first met, I tried to test it out, but seeing someone's reaction, I guessed right. Chen Luo, what a smart woman. Taking a deep look at the other party, after a while, Chen Luo sighed helplessly and said, What a pity. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect you to see through me so soon. Then, Chen Luo seemed to think of something suddenly, looked at the other party with some doubts and asked, But since you already know my real identity, why didn't you tell me directly? Even if I say it, what's the use? Facing Chen Luo's question, Eva asked back with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly fell silent. Just like what she said, even if you tell this matter, will it have any impact on him? Will he still fail because of giving up his plan? Or, after learning the truth, all the vampires here united to resist, and then they were all slaughtered by him like before? In fact, the fate of tens of thousands of vampires in Europe ended the moment Chen Luo came to this country. With his current power, no matter how many vampires unite together, they will not be his opponents. Right. If he is allowed to kill, even if all these tens of thousands of vampires are standing in front of him, as long as he is given enough time, he can kill them all. But if he really intends to do so, he will not deliberately pretend to be himself when he comes here this time, and directly attacking the opponent's base camp by means of thunder is the most in line with his character. And the reason why he wants to achieve his goal through disguise is to win this place with the least cost. Therefore, Eva's approach is just in line with his wishes. Come to think of it, the other party might have chosen to keep his mouth shut precisely because of this consideration, because he kept the secret. I need enough manpower, so this time, it won't be like before. Looking directly at the other party, after a while, Chen Luo slowly opened his mouth and made his promise to the other party. But soon, Chen Luo changed the subject and continued. But in return, you have to promise me one thing. Hearing this, the light in Eva's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a while, a smile appeared on her face again. If you mean, let me manage it for you after you take this place, I have no problem. But Eva looked straight at Chen Luo, winked at him, and asked with a smile, "You are so relieved to leave everything here to me? Don't you worry about me betraying you?" Seeing that the other party understood his thoughts in such a short period of time, Chen Luo couldn't help admiring the other party's intelligence again. At the same time, he couldn't help but pay more attention to this amazingly beautiful vampire witch. With a confident smile on his face, Chen Luo said unhurriedly, "Eva, you're a smart woman. I believe you will not let me down with your wisdom." She stared straight at Chen Luo for a while, and finally even narrowed her eyes slightly, covered her mouth with a light smile, and said, "Then I'll give it a try. But if I don't do well, you can't blame me." Master Chen Luo. Seeing her seductive and charming eyes, her voice was numb. Chen Luo's heart swayed, and he hurriedly turned his head away from looking at her, secretly feeling emotional in his heart. What a goblin! At 10 o'clock in the morning, there are still more than 10 hours before the dance party. The weather still looks a little gloomy. The sky is gray, covered by black clouds, and there is no sunlight. Wisps of light rain fell like silk threads, soaking the whole city in a layer of water mist. But pedestrians have long been accustomed to this, and hurriedly marched on the street, starting their busy day. Because there was no sunlight, even during the daytime, Serena was still walking freely on the street. As a member of the Deathwalkers, at the critical moment when the awakening ceremony is about to begin, they must always investigate possible hidden dangers in the city, especially the movements of the werewolf, the old enemy of the vampires, so as to ensure the smooth progress of the awakening ceremony as much as possible. Even as Victor's adopted daughter, Serena doesn't need to participate in the work at this time. She can wait for the dance to start in the castle, but she also resolutely refuses, just like an ordinary Death Walker started her work for the day. The inspection of the cabin area has been completed, and no abnormalities have been found for the time being. The Brent area has been inspected, and no abnormalities were found. The inspection of the Greenwich area has been completed, and there are no abnormalities. Several hours passed, and after inspecting the area she was in charge of, Serena also told her companions about the situation here. After some screening and found that everything was normal, everyone immediately prepared to leave and return. This is... When Serena was about to leave, suddenly, at the door of a clothing store, she stopped unconsciously. Looking at the suits of different shapes and styles placed in the store door, Serena didn't know what to think of and stood motionless on the spot, a little dazed. A moment later, when she finally came back to her senses, she looked at the store in front of her, hesitated for a while outside, and finally blushed slightly, raised her somewhat stiff steps, and slowly walked toward the store door. The moment she stepped into the store, the receptionist's eyes lit up instantly, and he recognized at a glance that the trench coat that Serena was wearing at the moment was the one that Chen Luo had given her. Although I didn't choose carefully due to the urgency of time, how could Chen Luo choose a cheap product as a gift? This windbreaker is also a world-renowned top-level luxury clothing. In the store that Chen Luo entered, it was also the most expensive, and the price was as high as $500,000. As an employee who has been obsessed with luxury clothing for more than 10 years, How could she not know the value of this windbreaker? So the moment Serena entered the door, she had already decided in her heart that this was definitely a major customer that could not be missed. With a bright smile on his face, he walked up to Serena with small steps and asked in a respectful tone, "Hello, beautiful lady. Is there anything I can do for you?" Serena also came to this kind of place for the first time, and she was a little nervous, resisting the thought of turning her head and leaving, trying to pretend to be calm, and asked, "I want to buy a men's suit. Can you take me with you?" "Want to see it?" "Definitely can." Afterwards, the pair started to walk around the store with Serena, constantly introducing to her various details of the suits in the store. Under her deliberate guidance, what she showed Serena was the most expensive clothing in the store. Both the material and the style were of the highest standard. Needless to say, the workmanship was natural. Looking at the pieces in front of her clothes, Serena was a little dazzled for a while. She didn't know how to choose. Finally, after choosing for more than an hour, Serena made her choice. "Help me wrap this up." Looking at the suit in front of her, Serena's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and she said without looking back, Beautiful lady, I wonder if you can provide us with the figure of that gentleman? We can also choose a suitable size and pack it for you." Hearing this, Serena's expression froze for a moment. As Xiaobai, who came to the store to buy clothes for the first time, she didn't know the requirements for choosing a dress. She tried hard to recall the figure of Chen Luo in her mind. After a difficult communication with the other party for a while, the other party expressed his understanding. "It seems that the gentleman's figure is really good. I have rarely met a customer who can wear this size model," she said with some surprise on her face. "It's not bad," Serena replied somewhat unnaturally, her cheeks flushed slightly. During the packing process, she seemed to think of something suddenly, looked at Serena with a smile on her face, and said, "Beautiful lady, if you are free next time, you can bring that gentleman to our store. If you can get more detailed data from that gentleman, we also have a custom-made suit service here, and the comfort level is even better than that in the store. Much better now on sale." "I know. I will come again if I have the chance." Afterwards, after paying the bill, Serena walked out the door with the packing bag in her hand. Standing on the street for a while, when she came back to her senses, she looked at the suit in her hand. As if thinking of something, a blush flashed across her face, and a hint of anticipation also appeared in her heart. In a luxurious bedroom prepared by Craven for Chen Luo, Chen Luo was lying on the bed, flipping through the books in his hands boredly, because everyone was busy with things now. Even Erica, who always liked to be around him before, was incapable of duplication because of the heavy responsibility of the housekeeper. Therefore, Chen Luo, who had nothing to do, simply went back to the bedroom and read a book to pass the time. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Chen Luo opened the door curiously. When he saw someone coming, his eyes lit up. "Serena, why are you here?" While talking, Chen Luo stepped aside, intending to let the other party enter the room. Unexpectedly, Serena didn't have this plan at all, and she had already consumed most of her courage just now when she made up her mind to knock on the door of Chen Luo's room. "This is for you." Pushing the package in her hand into Chen Luo's arms, she turned around in a hurry and walked towards the distance in a hurry, leaving Chen Luo standing there alone in a daze. "What's the situation?" Confused, Chen Luo returned to the bedroom, looked at the bag in his hand, and opened it curiously. This is..." Looking at the elegant suit in his hand, Chen Luo finally came to his senses. Realizing the purpose of the other parties coming to him, a slight arc was slowly drawn at the corner of his mouth, and Chen Luo was in a good mood for a while. As time passed, soon, with the ringing of the 9 o'clock bell, the dance held before the awakening ceremony also slowly kicked off. P.S. I couldn't help but add a little emotional drama. If you don't like to say it directly in the comment area, I won't add it in the future. In order to welcome the upcoming awakening ceremony, holding a dance party the day before the ceremony has become a tradition of the vampire family for hundreds of years. Therefore, at tonight's ball, everyone is dressed up, fully showing the importance they attach to this ball. From the outside, this old castle, which is the stronghold of vampires, is a bit ordinary, but once you enter it, you will find that the interior decoration is simply extremely luxurious. Covering the entire ground, a red carpet with a length and width of tens of meters was laid under the feet of everyone. This carpet was sewn by hand, and the most delicate fabrics were used. It took nearly 10 years to complete it. The process can be described as extremely complicated. It can be said that the cost of this carpet alone has reached nearly $10 million, and it is just an insignificant decoration in this magnificent castle. In addition to the carpet, all the candlesticks, tableware, and even the huge amounts of chandelier placed above everyone's heads in the castle are all made of gold, and the gold used is even more scattered. Is up to nearly a ton or so. Adding up such weight, the value has reached a terrifying billions of dollars. Such a terrifying figure simply exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. In addition, there are murals hanging on the wall, and the swords and sword that seem to be quite old are displayed among them, which adds a bit of historical precipitation to this ancient castle, and makes many young people who come here for the first time to vampires couldn't help being amazed. All these decorations add up, and its value is definitely more than tens of billions of dollars. Such a figure is naturally unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people, but seems normal in front of vampires whose lifespan is far longer than that of ordinary humans. After all, these wealth are all accumulated by them for hundreds of years to reach the current state. Coupled with the countless companies they have mastered over the years, unless they are geniuses at Tony's level, they can catch up with them in just a few decades. But if they're ordinary people, I am afraid that they can work hard all their lives. The value created is at most only worth an ordinary candlestick in this castle. As the ball approached, many vampires dressed in costumes came to the castle. Most of them came here from other European countries, because the awakening ceremony would only be rotated every 300 years. So today's ball is also very rare. Most of the people came to this ancient castle for the first time, and everyone seemed extremely curious about everything here. Is this the base camp of our family? It looks really good. Yeah, this is much more luxurious than our base there. It would be great if I could stay here forever. That's not impossible. You could try to join the Daywalker. If you can join this army, then you can apply for permanent residence here. Forget it. I heard that some time ago, dozens of Daywalkers went to the north, but they were all slaughtered by the butcher in the north. If I join the Daywalkers, what will I do if I meet that butcher in the future? I don't want to be killed just like that. Quiet, don't talk. Someone is coming. While everyone was discussing, finally, just before the ball was about to start, Kaluan and his party walked down from the second floor slowly. Craven was the first to walk in front, followed by Erica, who was dressed in a white dress, highlighting her exquisite figure to the fullest. Beside Erica, Eva, who was dressed in a bright red dress and had an even bigger figure than the previous one, squinted her charming eyes slightly and looked at everyone with a smile. Immediately afterwards, behind the two of them, Selena, who had already taken off her usual black leather jacket and was wearing a long black dress, with a slender figure and an even more stunning appearance, walked lightly and walked forward slowly. Ignoring Craven at the front, everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on the three people behind them, and their eyes were full of undisguised amazement. Undoubtedly, after seeing the three of Serena appear on the stage, everyone's eyes were firmly attracted by the three of them. No matter in terms of appearance or temperament, the three of them were far superior to anyone present. Looking at the three Serenas with very different temperaments and beautiful appearances ahead, all the female vampires who were originally confident in their appearance also all had gloomy eyes and felt extremely frustrated. As for the other men, looking at the three of Serena who amazed everyone in front of them, there was a trace of fire in their eyes. At this moment, they had already started to think in their hearts, what kind of reason should they use next to invite the three of them to dance together? Song. After the three of Serena walked downstairs one by one, finally, Chen Luo's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Wearing a simple and slim suit, he fully displayed his tall and perfect figure in front of everyone, with a handsome appearance, black eyes and black hair, and no expression on his face. moving forward with a straight face. Chen Luo walked slowly, although he didn't make a sound, but for some reason, everyone could clearly feel an invisible pressure rushing towards their faces. Their breaths were stagnant, and they looked at Chen Luo subconsciously with a touch of solemnity. Seeing the figure of Chen Luo approaching, Erica's eyes sparkled, and a trace of amazement flashed on her face. Thinking of the upcoming dance party, she felt a little impatient. On the other side, the smile on Eva's face also became more and more charming. She squinted her captivating eyes. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking. And after seeing the suit Chen Luo was wearing, Serena's cold face unconsciously raised a slight arc. Looking into Chen Luo's eyes, an inexplicable emotion was quietly flowing. After Chen Luo arrived at the scene, as the nominal manager of the castle, Craven gave a routine speech to everyone, and then he had no intention of speaking. Immediately afterwards, the dance began as scheduled. When the ball started, a group of men and women walked towards their goals at the same time. The goal of the men was very clear. After seeing the three Serenas appearing on the stage, they could no longer tolerate other people in their eyes. With confident smiles, they stepped forward to the three of them and invited them. As far as other female vampires are concerned, most of them cast their eyes on Chen Luo, who appeared at the end. They walked lightly and came to Chen Luo with a smile, and looked at Chen Luo with a little fiery eyes. Disguise your intentions. Seeing so many beauties in front of him, inviting him one after another, to be honest, Chen Luo felt a little strange in his heart. Although he and the others are not as good as Serena and the others in terms of appearance, they're not inferior to the models and actors he found when he and Tony were hanging out some time ago. Fantastic existence. Although he was a little moved, in the end Chen Luo firmly rejected their invitation, and it was impossible not to refuse. With Chen Luo's keen senses, he could clearly feel that there were three eyes not far away, but they were staring closely at each other. On his side, if he really dares to agree, what will be waiting for him in the future? But he is a little uncertain. Sure enough, after seeing Chen Luo keep waving his hands to reject the invitations of those coquettish sluts, Erica's smile suddenly became more charming. With a smile on her face, Erica quickly rejected the invitations of the people in front of her, and then, taking advantage of Serena's inattention behind her, she quickly walked towards Chen Luo. "Chris, can I have a dance?" Looking at Erica, who was blinking constantly and her face was full of expectation, Chen Luo definitely would not refuse, slowly got up, with a smile on his face, stretched out his right hand, and said softly, "So, Miss Erica, can you dance with me?" Seeing Chen Luo's movements, Erica smiled happily on her pretty face, nodded slightly, then put her left hand into Chen Luo's palm, and the two looked at each other and walked toward the dance floor with a smile. Not far away, I saw Erica coming to Chen Luo's side before she was not paying attention, and the two were dancing in the middle of the dance floor. Serena's originally smiling face turned cold in an instant, and she exuded an aura of not being close to strangers. She rejected the invitations of the people in front of her expressionlessly, and then came to the side table to sit down. Seeing Serena's performance, Eva smiled, politely declined the invitation of everyone in front of her, and then slowly came to sit next to Serena under the disappointed gaze of everyone. "It's really rare. It's the first time I've seen Serena, and you are so angry because of a man. It seems that after so many years, Serena has finally found someone who makes her heart flutter." Hearing this, Serena's originally expressionless face instantly became a little flustered. A blush appeared on her face, and she subconsciously wanted to explain. "I did not." Before the words were finished, Eva's next words sounded immediately. "But it's a pity that Serena is not the only one who likes this man." Hearing this, Serena, who originally wanted to explain, was speechless for a moment. Looking at Erica, who was smiling and looking very happy in front of her, she subconsciously frowned. However, just when she was in a daze, before she knew it, the song between Chen Luo and Chen Luo had ended, but she didn't notice it at all. "Since Serena, if you haven't moved yet, I'll go there first." Suddenly, with the sound of Eva's voice, Serena finally came back to her senses, and before she could realize the meaning of Eva's words, the next moment, she saw Eva stand up slowly, facing Chen Luo. Direction: Serena. On the other side, Chen Luo, who had just finished a song, had not had time to rest for a while, and then saw Eva walking towards him slowly, swaying her sexy body, stretched out left and right, and handed it to Chen Luo. Eva blinked her enchanting and charming eyes with an intoxicating smile on her face and said, "Suddenly I want to dance too. Chen Luo, I don't know if you are willing to accompany me." Looking at the other party in surprise, after a long while, Chen Luo got up helplessly and stretched out his hand to hold the other party's palm. "It seems that I have no room to refuse." Afterwards, under the envious and jealous eyes of everyone around, Chen Luo took Eva back to the center of the dance floor, wrapped one hand around the other's slender waist, and moved his steps lightly, shaking his body to the rhythm of the music. Chen Luo was dancing, and he couldn't help but feel very lucky. If it wasn't for hanging out with Tony and the others for a while, he would still be blind to dancing, a must-learn skill for parties, and have no intention of learning it at all. If he hadn't learned how to dance, then he wouldn't be as comfortable as he is today. If he chooses to refuse the invitation from Erica and the others because he can't dance, then no matter for him or the other three will be a pity. A few minutes later, as the song ended, Chen Luo and Chen Luo withdrew from the dance floor again. "Chen, your dance is very good." Looking at Chen Luo, Eva praised with a smile. "But now that the dance is over, shouldn't you move your hands away from my waist?" Before Chen Luo could speak, Eva suddenly changed the subject and narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at him with a half-smile. "I'm sorry, I was nervous for a while, and I kind of forgot it." Facing Eva's unkind gaze, Chen Luo withdrew his right hand calmly and explained seriously. She rolled her eyes slightly, and then Eva seemed to think of something, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. "Okay, then I'll forgive you. But even if I count you as passing this level, next, you will not be so lucky with Serena. Well, good luck to you." After all, Eva gently waved goodbye and then walked in the direction of Erica, not far away. Hearing this, Chen Luo's face froze, and he turned his head subconsciously, looking in Serena's direction. At this moment, Selena no longer had the original smile on her face. She was sitting there alone. Her face was calm, and she exuded an aura of not getting close to strangers. She was as far away as an iceberg. People are thousands of miles away. Seeing this scene, 703 understood why the other party behaved like this. Chen Luo suddenly smiled wryly, glanced out of the corner of the eye when he saw Erica Eva standing there not far away, staring at this side without blinking, as if watching a good show. Suddenly, Chen Luo, the corner of his mouth curled up, and his face raised a curve. Seeing Chen Luo's expression, Eva and Eva were stunned for a moment, and then they saw Chen Luo turn around and walk towards Serena. Slowly came to Serena, as if she didn't see the indifferent face of the other party. Slowly took out a gift box from her pocket, opened it in front of the other party, and took out the necklace inside. "Out." Chen Luo looked at each other tenderly and said, "Serena, this ocean star is specially prepared for you by me. It can be regarded as a gift in return for this dress. Do you like it or not?" Looking at the necklace in Chen Luo's hand, Serena's cold face instantly disintegrated as she looked at Chen Luo in a daze and said in disbelief, "This is for me." Chen Luo nodded with a smile and then said, "How about it? If you like it, I'll wear it for you." Hearing this, Serena's face suddenly became dizzy. She lowered her head slightly. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. Seeing her reaction, Chen Luo smiled knowingly, came slowly behind her, and put the necklace in his hand on her swan-like neck. Below Serena's neck, in the center of the silver-white necklace, there's a sparkling azure gemstone dotted in it, which looks extremely magnificent. The shining gemstone and Serena. The combination of the two added a different kind of charm to her, and attracted countless people around her to be amazed. Feeling the envious eyes around her, Serena's face became even more dizzy, and her heart was full of sweetness. At this moment, where did she have the indifference and gaze that kept people thousands of miles away before? Staring straight at Chen Luo, her beautiful eyes shone with an inexplicable luster. Then, Miss Serena, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Seeing her reaction, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his right hand, and extended the invitation with a smile on his face. Serena didn't say a word. With a smile on her face, she gently placed her hand on Chen Luo's palm, and then, under the gaze of countless envious eyes, the two walked towards the center of the dance floor together. Go! Seeing the dancing figures of the two on the dance floor, especially Serena's neck, where the azure blue necklace was shining with dazzling luster, Erica's eyes were full of undisguised wishes. She wanted to say something, but the next moment, when she thought of the gift Chen Luo gave her yesterday, her originally uncomfortable mood suddenly improved a lot, and she regained her calm. Seeing that Chen Luo solved the problem so easily, Eva sighed inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. As the dance progressed, at the same time, a secret murder was going on in a train station somewhere in the city. And the target of this ambush is none other than one of the three elders of the vampire clan, Amelia. A train station that looks a bit old, accompanied by bursts of sirens. A train with a rather classical flavor gradually approached the platform, and then gradually stopped. Outside the train station, several pitch-black cars were parked here, and around the cars, a total of 50 Death Walkers stood quietly. When they saw the train in front of them finally stop, they immediately moved. The flashlight in their hands shook slightly, as if they were making some kind of secret signal, and following their movements, lights inside the train also lit up, flashing at an inexplicable frequency, as if responding. After confirming the identities of both parties inside the train, the elite troops surrounding Amelia breathed a sigh of relief, then turned their heads to look at Amelia and nodded slightly to show safety. Then let's get out of the car. There was a smile on Amelia's face, and when she was about to get off the train, there was a sudden harsh noise on the top of the train. Sizzle. As if the nails were scratching the iron sheet, there were sharp and piercing sounds. Everyone, including Amelia, changed their expressions when they heard this change. Not good, werewolf. Sent a rescue signal to the outside world. Everyone looked terrified and subconsciously took precautions. At the same time, the soldiers in charge of communicating with the outside world kept waving their flashlights and sending help signals to the Death Walkers outside through secret signals. Looking at the constantly flickering lights inside the train, the faces of the Death Walkers outside were calm, without any change, as if they hadn't seen the signal and had no plans to rescue them at all. Under their quiet gaze, on the roof of the train, a series of black figures jumped onto the roof one after another, letting out bursts of low-pitched roars. Under the cover of the night, the dozens of werewolves who came here at some unknown time unanimously launched an attack towards the carriage. The next moment, there was a sound of shattering glass in the carriage, and then a group of werewolves rushed towards the people in the carriage with quick steps. Caret B plus WB. Damn, how do these werewolves know about this place? Werewolves are coming in, shoot me. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of intensive gunfire, silver-plated bullets rained down on the werewolf in front of him. However, although they reacted quickly, facing the werewolf who was already close at hand, with the advantage in speed, only a small part of these bullets hit their bodies. And it didn't hit the nail on the head. On the contrary, under the influence of the silver bullet, the werewolf in pain suddenly became more violent, opened his mouth full of fangs, waved his sharp claws, and ruthlessly grabbed everyone in front of him. A cold light flashed, and under the attack of the werewolf's sharp claws, in less than a few seconds, nearly half of the vampire elites had their throats scratched and fell to the ground powerlessly. Seeing this scene, the leader immediately understood that there was nothing to be done, so he immediately wanted to order everyone to escort the elder Amelia to evacuate. Without a chance to resist, they fell into a pool of blood one after another. Even Amelia, who is one of the three elders, although her strength is much stronger than other vampires, she is still outnumbered by dozens of werewolves and gradually lost calm. With more and more scars on her body, the blood gradually drained, and her strength began to gradually weaken. All the werewolves around her howled and charged as if they saw an opportunity. Under the siege of dozens of werewolves, finally, Amelia, who was powerless to resist, had her throat torn apart, her eyes widened, powerless to the end, and gradually lost her life. Seeing this, the werewolves around looked at each other and slowly changed back to human form again. The leader of them slowly came to Amelia's side, holding a needle in his hand, pierced into the opponent's body, and drew a large tube full of blood. Then, he stood up, looked at the others, and said, "Okay, since we have obtained the elder's blood, it's time for us to leave." Looking at the bright red blood in his hand, a fanatical smile gradually appeared on his face. "As long as we have this, we will have enough power to avenge the vampire clan after the boss succeeds. By then, our werewolf clan will definitely be able to rise again." Watching a group of werewolves walk out of the carriage and then disappear into the night outside the train station, a group of Deathwalkers who had been standing still and watching the whole battle got into the car one after another and drove towards the base camp. The other side, as time passed by, the dance was about to come to an end. At this moment, there was no one dancing on the dance floor, and everyone was sitting at the dining tables all around, with expressions on their faces that could not be concealed. What's going on here? Why hasn't Elder Amelia come here? Could it be that something unexpected happened? It shouldn't be possible, right? Elder Amelia is very strong, and besides her, there's an elite team for personal protection, plus the team of Deathwalkers sent out to take care of her. Can't think of anyone else who can pose a threat to the Elder. Then just wait. Maybe there will be news later. Everyone talked a lot. Although they were a little puzzled that Amelia hadn't come back yet, they didn't worry too much. They thought that the other party was just delayed by something, but they didn't expect that the other party might have encountered an unexpected fact. And for those who have known about all this for a long time, there are only two people in the castle now. Among the crowd, Craven glanced calmly at Chen Luo, who was not far away, and a hint of awe flashed in his heart. In fact, the reason why Amelia's whereabouts were known by the werewolf was because he revealed it to Lucian. More precisely, he obeyed Chen Luo's order and deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the other party. Regarding this point, Craven can also understand why Chen Luo is behind. Based on his understanding of Chen Luo, since Chen Luo intends to subdue the forces of vampires and werewolves, then for those who resist him or threaten him, Chen Luo naturally would not choose to be soft. And the reason why he went to New York to attack the Chen Luo family back then was only after Amelia's approval. Based on this, Chen Luo definitely could not let her go. Not only Amelia, but also the two remaining elders of the vampire clan, Victor and Marcus. The former not only has a deep hatred with the werewolf leader Lucian, even for Serena, he has long on Chen Luo's must-kill list. As for the latter, for the rewards of the system, the ancestor of the vampire family must die. After removing all the three elders, it will undoubtedly be much easier for Chen Luo to subdue the vampire forces here. What's more, he now has the help of Craven, the agent in charge, coupled with the power he originally possessed. In Chen Luo's view, the power of the vampire side has long been in his pocket. As for the remaining werewolf side, Chen Luo is also certain to subdue Lucian, the leader of the werewolves. Chen Luo's strength has completely disregarded him. After realizing that no one could stop Chen Luo's progress, Craven was in awe, and at the same time, he couldn't help secretly rejoicing as he glanced at Erica, who was beside Chen Luo from time to time. With the relationship between Chen Luo and Erica, even if he had targeted each other before, at least he didn't have to worry about his own life. But if Chen Luo wants to maintain his current position after he takes power, it will undoubtedly be very difficult for such a situation. To say he doesn't want to change would be an absolute lie. Therefore, even for the sake of his future status, he must show something. And just when Craven thought this way, finally, the group of Deathwalkers sent out by him returned to the castle again. And as soon as they came back, they brought back a piece of news that stunned everyone. What? Elder Amelia. she was attacked by a werewolf and was killed, just when everyone in the castle was shocked by Amelia's death. At the same time, in the direction of the port, inside the werewolf base camp, with the return of a group of werewolves who were originally sent to attack Amelia, the blood of the elder Amelia was successfully handed over to Lucian. Looking at the blood sample in his hand, Lucian's face was full of unstoppable excitement. His body began to tremble slightly, as if he remembered something. His eyes were full of cold and piercing killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Soon, Victor, soon I'll have enough strength to avenge you." After saying this, Lucian turned around and handed the blood in his hand to Vaughn beside him and said in a deep voice, "Vaughn, you can start the experiment. Make the ghost wolf serum as soon as possible. I can't wait to try the power of the ghost wolf. Leave it to me, leader. It won't take long for the ghost wolf serum to be successfully produced." After receiving the blood sample, Vaughn pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and replied with the same excitement on his face. As a scientist, what could excite him more than creating a brand new species? When he thought of the brand new species that was about to be born in his own hands, he couldn't control his excitement. Driven by such motivation, Vaughn immediately came to his laboratory and began to conduct experiments. Take out the blood sample of Michael that had been prepared a long time ago, put the vampire blood in his hand into the container, and mix it together. After a series of complicated operations, finally, under his expectant gaze, two different blood gradually began to integrate it. The integration speed of the two is very fast, and it took less than 10 minutes to successfully integrate the gestalt. After seeing that this step has been completed, Vaughn kept moving his hands, and then he finished integrating and put all the blood into a test tube, then assembled it on the injection gun, and then pushed open the door of the laboratory and came to in front of Lucian, who couldn't wait. "Boss, the ghost wolf serum has been made. Just inject this dose of serum into your body and integrate with the werewolf blood in your body, and you will be able to metamorphosis into a real ghost wolf." Taking the injection gun handed over by Vaughn, Lucian's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure? Is there any danger in injecting the fast serum shop?" "Don't worry, regarding safety. I have done experiments before. There will be absolutely no problems," Vaughn replied confidently. Then he seemed to have thought of something, paused, with a look of uncertainty on his face, and continued, "However, according to my calculations, although this serum has a great possibility of improving the strength of the injection target, but the real effect has not been tested in detail. After all, there's only this sample of the blood sample of the elder, so it cannot be wasted casually. If the leader is not at ease, we can catch other vampires first, draw their blood, and make some serum again, and then inject other werewolves, and then we can talk about it after seeing the effect." "Need not. Already." Lucian waved his hand. Looking at the serum in his hand, a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. "Since there is no danger, it doesn't matter whoever gets the injection first. And there's only one day left before the awakening ceremony. We don't have time to wait any longer, because the awakening ceremony will only be performed once every 300 years. And during the beginning of the ceremony, because the original elders of Su Xing were about to fall into a deep sleep again, and the elders who woke up later needed help. A period of time to restore strength. The elders who haven't absorbed enough blood are undoubtedly at the weakest stage at the moment. Therefore, if they want to take revenge on the vampires, this is the best way. Opportunity. Lucian will never miss such an opportunity. Therefore, he has no time to find other people to conduct experiments, and there is no danger after injecting this serum, so he has nothing to worry about. Under the watchful eye, the injection was selected. With the injection of the ghost wolf serum into the body, Lucian didn't feel anything at first, but after a while, with a hot feeling like a fire coming from the body, Lucian couldn't help but roared in pain. Accompanied by his roar, the ghost wolf serum in his body quickly flowed throughout his body, integrating with the werewolf blood in Lucian's body, and then forming a new form of synthesis. The genes were gradually reshaped, and the bones, muscles, and even the blood of the whole body were all undergone huge amounts of modification. The density of bones and muscles has become more and more astonishing. The defense power has been greatly enhanced, and the weakness of the werewolf fear of silver products has been gradually eliminated, and the blood of the vampire on his body. During this time, the weakness of being afraid of the sun gradually began to disappear. A steady stream of constantly strength began to emerge from the body, and involuntarily, Lucian's body began to undergo huge amounts of changes. The body shape gradually changed to that of a werewolf, and the originally pitch-black hair gradually shone with a layer of silver light, making it look more and more soft and graceful. The original height of about 2 meters has gradually grown to a height of about 3 meters. The sharp claws at the ends of the limbs have become sharper, and the fangs have grown several times again, like sharp daggers. It seems that even the steel has been bitten to pieces. The muscles all over his body are swollen, and he looks full of strength. Compared with the previous werewolf form, after transforming into a ghost wolf, Lucian's physical fitness has improved several times. Compared to before, is no longer at the same level. Feeling the power surging in his body at this moment, Lucian's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and he raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Huge amounts of howl instantly spread throughout the entire port. It has attracted the attention of countless people. After realizing the success of the experiment, Lucian came to the special training ground to feel the changes in his body carefully. After several hours of testing, when Lucian walked out again, during the training ground, his face was already covered with a confident smile. Seeing Lucian walk out from the training ground, a group of werewolves who had been waiting for a long time surrounded the warehouse, and the excitement on their faces couldn't be stopped. "Boss, since you have turned into transformation, when are we going to attack those vampire bastards?" "Yeah, boss. I can't wait to rip those D's throats. I'm going to kill those bloody vampires." Looking at the eager crowd around him, Lucian waved his hands and was about to speak. However, at this moment, not far away, Vaughn walked towards this side quickly, came to Lucian, and whispered something to him. "Craven wants to see me?" Hearing this, Lucian was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted with an even wider smile on his face. "That's good too. It just so happens that I have something to look for him too. Then let's meet him." Although after gaining the power of the Ghost Wolf, he already has a lot of confidence in revenge against Victor, but since he has Craven as a partner, he can reduce the risk a little. Insurance is also a good county. Therefore, thinking of this, he immediately agreed. Just after Lucian promised to meet Craven. The other side, after getting the news, Cleven didn't dare to neglect in the slightest, and quickly found Chen Luo, who was resting in the bedroom, and began to report the situation. "Master Chen Luo, I have just received the news that Sean has promised to meet me." Regarding the request of the two to meet, there is no doubt that this was also proposed by Chen Luo to Craven. It has been so many days since he came here, and it is time to meet the werewolf leader. As for why you want to meet with each other, the reason is also very simple. Since the awakening ceremony will be held in one day, it is time for the werewolf race to subdue it. And if his expectations are not bad, the current Lucian should have successfully transformed into a new form of ghost wolf without any accidents, and this moment should be the time when his self-confidence is at its peak. If the other party's confidence is defeated at this time, coupled with the conditions he promised, by then, the chances of subduing the other party will undoubtedly be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but look forward to the next meeting. And when Chen Luo was thinking about the next plan, beside him, Craven's face kept flashing, and he was also thinking secretly. If his predictions were correct, the purpose of Chen Luo's trip this time should be to subdue those werewolves. Although he had expected this scene, when it actually happened, he still couldn't help feeling a little anxious. As an old enemy who has confronted werewolves for hundreds of years, even though he has cooperated with werewolves now, as a vampire, he still has a natural resistance to the werewolf race. Most importantly, when the werewolf clan really joined Chen Luo's command, since the werewolf clan was born to surpass the power of vampires, Craven couldn't help but worry a little. General value? If it is really as he imagined, then the status of the vampire clan in Europe may be in jeopardy in the future. For this point, Cleven, who is now a high-ranking vampire family, definitely cannot accept it. After all, this is related to his own power, and he will not just watch the werewolf family ride on his head like this. No, something has to be done. What are you thinking? As if seeing his anxiety, Chen Luo whispered thoughtfully. Craven, you don't need to think too much about the next thing. I won't keep you here in the future. When I go back later, you have to go to New York with me. Gently tapping the table with his knuckles, Chen Luo couldn't see any expression on his face and said calmly, Craven, 677, your ability is good, so I will give you such a chance. The property on the side will be handed over to you to take care of. I hope you will not let me down. As the real big steward of the European vampire side for hundreds of years, besides the three elders, he undoubtedly has the greatest power. On weekdays, all matters of the family, big and small, have to go through his hands, and being able to do so here, he has managed his family in an orderly manner for hundreds of years, which has proved his ability to some extent. There is no doubt that although Craven is not a talent in combat, his talent in management cannot be ignored, and this is the most scarce existence in Chen Luo today. Apart from ability in management, she definitely has the influence of Erica, so, for her real brother, Chen Luo doesn't mind giving him another chance. And the reason why he wanted to bring Craven to New York was that apart from the lack of a manager in New York, there was also the reason that he could monitor him nearby. From Chen Luo's point of view, although Craven has great abilities, correspondingly, he also has a lot of small thoughts, which can be seen from his daring to deceive Victor. So in order to curb his other thought, the best way is to bring him to my side to take care of him. Chen Luo has this self-confidence, and with him as a shock, Craven will never dare to give birth to other thoughts, and can only do things for him wholeheartedly. And this is what Chen Luo wants to see the most. After hearing Chen Luo's words, Craven was already dazzled by the great news of the day, and his face was overjoyed. He really didn't expect that he could be so reused by Chen Luo. You must know that New York is different from Europe and the North Bear Country. It is Chen Luo's true headquarters there, and the vampire forces there are stronger than the other two places combined. If he can become the manager there, then his power will undoubtedly be further enhanced. Although with his wisdom, he quickly figured out the reason why Chen Luo would do this, but he didn't care much about it. After seeing Chen Luo's overwhelming power, today's Craven has long been in awe of Chen Luo, and he doesn't dare to resist him at all. Coupled with the relationship between Chen Luo and his sister, it can be said that in his heart, he has long regarded himself as a member of the Chen Luo family. As long as he can guarantee absolute loyalty, then does he still need to worry about the threat brought by Chen Luo? Thinking of this, Craven's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision. When he came to Chen Luo and knelt down on one knee, Craven bowed his head respectfully and said in a deep voice, Lord Chen Luo, from now on, Craven will offer you my loyalty. Chen Luo was not at all surprised by Craven's actions. He nodded and accepted the other party's allegiance. Then, looking at Craven, who had officially joined him, Chen Luo's eyes flashed. As if thinking of something, he raised his head, looked at him with great interest, and asked slowly, Craven, you should understand the purpose of my next meeting with Lucian, right? How about it? You have known each other for hundreds of years. Do you have any way to make Lucian surrender to me? Regarding this, Cleven obviously had a plan in mind, and said with confidence on his face, Master Chen Luo, I think there is only one best way to make Lucian surrender, and that is to hand over Victor to the other party. Lucian's hatred for the vampires is mostly on Victor. As long as he can personally solving Victor will greatly increase the probability of Lucian's submission. After a pause, Craven continued, However, the werewolves are naturally warlike, and only the stronger ones can make them truly surrender. So I'm afraid Master Chen Luo will need to show them their strength at that time. Help the werewolf surrender. Regarding the hatred between Lucian and Victor, as one of the witnesses at that time, Craven obviously knew it very well. If Victor hadn't personally executed his daughter, who was also Lucian's beloved, in front of Lucien and instead let the two walk together, the werewolves would still be the most loyal servants of the vampires now. It is precisely because he understands this that Craven is also very confident. As long as Victor is handed over to Lucian, coupled with Chen Luo's overwhelming power, the other party will definitely have a high chance of choosing to surrender. After hearing Craven's approach, Chen Luo also nodded noncommittally. The other party's method was exactly the same as what he thought. Originally, he thought that the other party would have something to add, but now it seems that he thought too much. However, although Chen Luo has already made a decision in his heart, he has not forgotten that when Serena was a human being, the death of her family was also related to Victor, and this is something he has to consider. But how to deal with it? Chen Luo already had a corresponding solution in his mind. Let's see how this trip turns out. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chen Luo raised his head to look at Craven and said softly, "It's time we should set off." In a huge warehouse in the port area, as the headquarters of the werewolf clan, today, it ushered in two unusual guests. Chen Luo and Chen Luo walked along the way. Along the way, I don't know how many pairs of malicious eyes kept looking at the two of them. Looking at the obviously different clothes of the two of them, they obviously didn't fit in with this slum. If they can succeed robbing two people, the money they get may be enough for them to be cool for a long time. As the gathering place of the city's slums, there are also all kinds of lawless people of all kinds here. Robbery in the street is the most common thing here. It is precisely because they know the danger here that there are usually no rich people here. That's why there was such a big commotion after seeing Chen Luo and the two of them. However, just as they were about to make a move, the next moment, as dozens of burly men with fierce eyes came to the two of them and surrounded the two of them, the surrounding people suddenly, Siage, were startled. Immediately withdrew his sight. As an old fritter who has lived here for a long time, he is very clear about the largest local snake in this area, that is, the underground forces created by Lucian. After seeing the face, everyone thought of retreating. After all, no matter how ruthless they are, it is only for ordinary people. For the werewolf race whose power is far beyond ordinary people, the other human forces in the port are completely worthless. Even if due to various considerations, they cannot expose their real bodies in front of humans at will. But even in human form, there is a huge amount of gap in their physical fitness. In addition, because of the blessing of Vaughn, a scientist, the equipment in their hands is much stronger than other forces. Therefore, after a period of bloody cleansing, everyone has recognized who is the boss in this area. In the face of the largest local snake force in the port, everyone also has self-knowledge and retreats one after another. Chen Luo and Chen Luo didn't pay too much attention to the actions of these people around them. If it's okay if they mess with him, then he doesn't mind giving them a ride, but since they've retreated, he doesn't want to waste time on these people. Now in Chen Luo's eyes, the only way to subdue Lucian is his #1 priority. Soon, Chen Luo and Chen Luo came to the warehouse, which was the base camp of werewolves under the escort of the werewolf troops around. Just as soon as they entered the door, Chen Luo saw a person walking towards them quickly. The visitor was different from the other werewolves he had seen. His stature was relatively thin, and his height of about 1.8 meters was not considered short in the eyes of ordinary people. But it looked so abrupt. Although the stature is relatively thin, the opponent's aura is completely different. Compared with the bloodthirsty and brutality of other werewolves, the opponent's aura is much more solid and heavy, and his appearance among all werewolves' handsome face also gave him a different charm out of thin air. Seeing the person coming, Chen Luo also faintly guessed the identity of the person coming. As if to verify his guess, Lucian came in front of the two of them. When he saw Chen Luo beside Craven, his brows furrowed instantly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Through the unusual positions of the two, as well as Cleven's respectful expression, Lucian naturally noticed that among the two, who is the real leader? Status. When he learned that Chen Luo and Chen Luo had arrived, he thought that Chen Luo was just a subordinate brought by Craven. But now it seems that the situation is completely opposite. You must know that after Amelia's death, the awakening ceremony has not yet been officially held. Among the vampires, Craven should have the greatest power. Under such circumstances, he actually showed such respect to the person in front of him. Seeing this, Lucian couldn't help being arrogantly curious about Chen Luo. Craven, why don't you introduce this one? With a smile on his face, Lucian looked at Chen Luo thoughtfully and said slowly, "If I'm right, I'm afraid it's this person who you came to find me this time. Bar. Why? Looking at you like this, you've changed to a new owner, right?" Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up slightly, and he also had a new understanding of the intelligence of the werewolf leader Lucian. While secretly admiring in his heart, Chen Luo became much more sure about the purpose of this trip. How could Cleven on the side not be able to hear the meaning of mocking himself in the other party's tone? But he was not angry at all, and with an inexplicable smile on his face, he said softly, "Don't worry, Lucian, soon, you'll be like me." Hearing this, the smile on Lucian's face stagnated, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Before he could speak, Levin's voice sounded again. "You are right, I do have a new master now, let me introduce you again." As he spoke, Craven bowed respectfully in the direction of Chen Luo, bowed deeply. His face was full of reverence, and he said in a fanatical voice, "This is the current ruler of the underground forces in New York and the North Bear Country. We deserve to be the strongest among our vampire clan. He is honored by the world as a butcher, Chen Luo Daping." As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone around, including Lucian, changed dramatically, and a hint of disbelief flashed in their eyes. How could they not know the name of the butcher? That is the terrifying existence that the entire underground world has been terrified of recently. In just a few months, according to incomplete statistics, the number of people who died at the hands of this butcher has reached a terrifying number of close to 10,000. It's fierce. Even though Lucian has lived for hundreds of years, the total number of people he killed in these hundreds of years is probably not half of Chen Luo's, let alone Chen Luo's terrifying record. It was only obtained in a few battles, and they all defeated tens of thousands of people with their own strength. This kind of strength is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Recalling Chen Luo's series of victories, even the extremely belligerent werewolf felt a little terrified in his heart at the moment. There was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Chen Luo, and his body was slightly terrified. Micro began to tremble. Lucian's face suddenly became extremely serious. Even though he has obtained brand new power now, he still can't guarantee how strong he can be in front of this legendary butcher. Odds. But fortunately, as the leader of the werewolf clan, he wouldn't lose his composure in front of Chen Luo. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked straight at Chen Luo. Lucian asked in a deep voice, "Then, I don't know why Mr. Chen Luo came to us." Facing his question, Chen Luo slowly raised a smile on his face, as if chatting about homework, and said with a relaxed face, "Actually, it's nothing. I just became interested in the werewolf family, so I just wanted to come here to ask. I don't know if you have any intention to join. What about my subordinates?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Lucian's face instantly became extremely ugly. Looking directly into Chen Luo's eyes, he asked in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Chen Luo, what do you mean by this?" "Huh?" Chen Luo looked at him with some doubts and said, "Did I not understand enough? It's very simple. I appreciate the fighting power of the werewolves, so I give you such an opportunity to join my team. Family, surrender to me from now on. I assure you, as long as you are willing to serve me, then you will no longer be hunted down by the vampires, and you'll be able to get the same status as them. In the future, whether it's Europe, North Bear Country, or even New York, as long as it belongs to my sphere of influence, you can choose freely. I think after so many years, it shouldn't be good for you to be trapped here all the time. How about it? Do you want to consider my offer?" Chen Luo's words were full of temptation, and Lucian didn't mention what his reaction was. But after hearing this, the eyes of the other werewolves couldn't help showing longing. As Chen Luo said, in these hundreds of years, they have been busy avoiding the pursuit of vampires all day long on the land of Europe. And because of the superiority in numbers and equipment, they don't say whether they can beat each other or even escape from this land. The range of survival is constantly being reduced, and now they can only hide in the port. In the slum area, avoiding the pursuit from the vampire side, they have long been impatient with such a life. If it weren't for the leader Lucian who has been restraining them, with the fierce and violent character of the werewolves, I am afraid that they would have desperately fought against the vampires and then stepped into the fate of extinction. It is precisely because of being driven to a desperate situation by the vampires that the surviving werewolves are so desperate and want to fight to the death at the beginning of the awakening ceremony. If they miss this opportunity, they have no confidence that they can continue to persist for 300 years, don't be exterminated. Although they have gained brand new strength through experiments, after all, they have a huge amount of gap with the opponent in terms of numbers, and their strength has not reached the point where Chen Luo can ignore the gap in numbers. Therefore, for the next in this decisive battle, they actually set out with the determination to die. But now that there is an opportunity to get rid of the fate of genocide and live a better life than before, how can the werewolves who have been poor for hundreds of years resist such a temptation? Regarding the thoughts of his subordinates, Lucian naturally knew it well. In all fairness, if Chen Luo's words are true, then joining the opponent's command is a good choice for the werewolves. After all, what kind of prestige Chen Luo has in the underground world now? He must understand this. With a strong man like Chen Luo sitting in town, it can be said that they are undoubtedly guaranteed in terms of safety, and coupled with the terrifying financial resources of the Chen Luo family, which is as high as hundreds of billions, if they want to improve the quality of life of their werewolves, it is undoubtedly also a breeze. Although he understands the various benefits of joining Chen Luo's command, Lucian also has his own concerns. One is the issue of the reputation of Chen Luo originally. Although so far he has not heard of Chen Luo's deeds of reneging on his promises, and there are no bad rumors about the forces under his command, but this does not mean that he can trust each other completely. After all, the fact that Chen Luo is a vampire can't be changed. As a member of vampires, whether he can maintain the fairness of werewolves, a race that is very different from vampires, is a question mark. There is another point, which is also the most important point. Thinking of this, Lucian's gaze unconsciously turned to Craven, who was beside Chen Luo, and he began to think secretly. If Craven also joined Chen Luo's command, would the European vampire forces have also surrendered to the other party? If so, then his chances of revenge would be slim. He never forgot why he led the werewolves to fight against vampires and fought against them for hundreds of years. If it wasn't for revenge on Victor, he might have lost his persistence. Motivation. Now, even though he has obtained the power of the Ghost Wolf, if Chen Luo takes action, it will undoubtedly be as difficult as heaven for him to successfully avenge Victor. However, just as his hesitation was undecided, Chen Luo's voice sounded again. Lucian, Craven has already told me about the grievances between you and Victor. Seeing Lucian, who came back to his senses and raised his head to look at him, Chen Luo outlined a smile on his face and slowly said, "As a reward for joining the werewolf clan, I can hand over Victor to you." After saying this, Chen Luo's face instantly became indifferent, his aura was fully opened, and the terrifying murderous aura overflowed crazily, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, incomparably heavy. Feeling the terrifying pressure like a mountain, everyone's foreheads were covered with cold sweat, their hearts were shocked, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes without concealment, and a shadow of death enveloped everyone in an instant. But if you still disagree, don't blame me for being rude. Surrender or die. You choose. Quiet, deathly silence. After listening to Chen Luo's declaration, everyone kept silent and bowed their heads in silence. Although they didn't speak, the eyes of everyone gathered on Lucian at the same time, waiting for his answer. Apparently, these werewolves have put their future destiny in the hands of the leader. Chen Luo, who was watching the whole process from the side, was also slightly moved by everyone's choice, and there is no need to raise the importance of Lucian again. Up a notch. Since the other party can get the support of so many werewolves, it can be seen that it has prestige in their hearts. So if they can subdue the other party, it will not be difficult to get the loyalty of the werewolves. But if the other party refuses, then Chen Luo will not be merciless. Facing the forces that do not choose to obey him, he always has only one choice. Chen Luo really can't believe that in this werewolf clan, everyone is still devoted to Lucien. If that's the case, then he will personally send them off with respect. For the trust of his own people, Lucien naturally received it, and while his heart was moved, the responsibility on his shoulders seemed to be as heavy as a mountain. He knew in his heart that his next decision would probably determine the life and death of the werewolves. Thinking of the consequences he was about to face, he couldn't help cheering up and thinking twice. After a while, Lucien raised his head, looked at Chen Luo solemnly, spoke slowly, and made his proposal. If you can really hand over Victor to me as agreed, the werewolves are willing to surrender. But before that, Mr. Chen Luo, you have to defeat me first. After all, only the strongest can be the king of our werewolf clan. Hearing this, Chen Luo looked at the other party expressionlessly for a while, and then his whole body retreated. A smile of interest appeared on his face again, and he nodded slowly. This is a good tradition. Then, I accept your challenge. After that, Chen Luo turned his head and looked around. As if he had thought of something, he pointed to his feet and said, "That's all right. The position under my feet shall prevail. No matter what means you use, as long as you can push me back one step, then you will win this duel. If you can win, I will leave immediately. Meanwhile, Victor will still be at your disposal. But if I fail, you will be our king from now on." Looking straight at Chen Luo, Lucien said calmly, without any emotion on his face. Although there was no expression on his face at the moment, after hearing what Chen Luo said, he was already very angry in his heart. When he thought about it, no matter how powerful Chen Luo was, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to his attack. After all, he has gained new power now, and his strength has increased several times compared to before. Compared with before, it could be said to be a world of difference. After the previous test, he clearly knows what kind of strength he has reached now. Even if he may not be Chen Luo's opponent, the gap should not be too obvious. Therefore, facing Chen Luo's arrogant behavior, while Lucien was secretly angry, he had already made plans in his heart. He will not have any temptations for a while, and, at the beginning, he must use his full strength. Let Chen Luo experience the terrifying power of ghost wolves. Not only Lucien, but all the werewolves present who had never seen Chen Luo's attack also showed anger visible to the naked eye, obviously very dissatisfied with Chen Luo's actions. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, Cleven on the side didn't say a word and sneered secretly in his heart. For him who had seen how terrifying Chen Luo was, Craven was full of confidence. In his opinion, the moment Lucien accepted Chen Luo's proposal, the battle had already come to an end. Thinking of working with these werewolves in the near future, Craven felt a little complicated and difficult to understand. Afterwards, everyone gradually retreated tens of meters, leaving enough room for Chen Luo and Chen Luo to fight. And in the center of the field, Chen Luo stood in place, motionless, looked at Lucien not far away, smiled and waved, saying, "Okay, now you can attack. Just use whatever you have, and let me see, as the Wolf King, what strength you have." "Rat, you'll see it soon." Lucien looked serious and slowly took off his shirt, standing in front of Chen Luo with his upper body. The muscles all over his body tensed instantly, accompanied by a deep roar, and gradually, drastic changes occurred in Lucien's body. The originally thin body swelled up in an instant, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. Silver-gray hair emerged from the body and wrapped around the sturdy body. Like a small dagger, it is extremely sharp, as if it can easily bite through steel. The terrifying animal pupils looked straight at Chen Luo, let out a deep roar from the throat, and the momentum of his body soared several times. Looking from a distance, it's like a biological weapon specially born for killing city. This is the brand new power that Lucien obtained after combining the Ghost Wolf Serum. After successfully transforming into the Ghost Wolf form, feeling the powerful power emerging from his body at this moment, Lucien's heart has long been filled with confidence. The original fear of Chen Luo has long disappeared. With such power, Even the legendary butcher cannot be his opponent. Let you experience my power. Thinking of this, Lucien didn't have any hesitation. He moved his feet and ran towards Chen Luo. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Lucien's figure had disappeared in place. In less than a second, he crossed a distance of tens of meters and came to Chen Luo in an instant. Raise your right hand high long. His sharp claws flashed several cold lights in the air and then grabbed Chen Luo heavily. With his current strength, even if it is a steel plate standing in front of him, Lucien is confident that he can leave marks on it, even if steel is like this, let alone a mere steel plate. Flesh and blood. 0. Facing Lucien's attack that was so close at hand, Chen Luo seemed completely unresponsive and didn't even make any defensive moves, just watching the attack come. The next moment, as Lucien's attack landed heavily on Chen Luo's body, a piercing sound rang out, and then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Chen Luo slid across Chen Luo's body. At the moment of Luo's body, the sharp claws of Lucien's right hand were all broken and scattered all over the ground. After receiving this blow, the clothes on Chen Luo's body were already torn into pieces by the opponent's sharp claws. But Chen Luo's body seemed to be as silk through the clothes that had turned into rags. As if he had not been harmed, he appeared in front of everyone intact. Looking at Chen Luo's body wrapped in clothes, he looked like a god. The muscles all over his body seemed to be poured with steel. Without any defense, after receiving Lucien's blow head-on, there were no scars on his body. The sharp claws shattered and broke. Such an exaggerated defensive power made everyone's faces look shocked. Even Lucien is the same. Although he couldn't speak after transforming into a ghost wolf form, his thoughts at the moment could be seen from his shocked eyes. Regarding the power of his blow just now, Lucien is very clear. If an ordinary vampire receives such a blow from him, he will be torn apart instantly. However, when this kind of attack landed on Chen Luo's body, it didn't have any effect on it. This kind of body strength was like real steel. Is this the power of a butcher? Even if it was just a single round of fighting, Lucien, who was full of confidence, had already been greatly frustrated, and his heart was shrouded in a shadow. Looking at Chen Luo's expressionless face at this moment, he couldn't. Unsurprisingly, an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Looks like you're done. Chen Luo nodded slightly, as if to praise. Then he slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Since you gave me a claw, then, as a reward, you should also receive a punch from me. Boom! Accompanied by this voice, the next moment, Chen Luo's right fist disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and then hit Lucien's abdomen heavily. A dull voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then, under the force of Chen Luo's huge strength, Lucien flew upside down in an instant. After flying for tens of meters, he smashed the wall behind him into a deep hole before finally stopping. A painful roar sounded, and Lucien fell powerlessly to the ground, struggling to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, his body seemed to be disobedient, motionless. Move! And the abdomen hit by Chen Luo was already pierced by a huge amount of blood hole at this moment. A large amount of blood continuously flowed out from the hole, instantly dyeing the ground red. Looking at his miserable appearance at this moment, everyone around was shocked. They couldn't believe it. They just suffered Chen Luo's punch, and the king in their hearts fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore. Seeing Chen Luo standing with his fists closed not far away, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. Unlike the shock of other werewolves, Craven was not surprised when he saw Lucien, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground not far away. After all, he had seen the scene when Chen Luo was 1 against 10,000. After seeing Chen Luo's invincible strength, he had already made up his mind about today's challenge, even before it even started. Not to mention Lucien alone. Even if all the werewolves present were combined, Chen Luo might not be able to hold on for a few minutes. If they really dared to resist, the place would already be bleeding like a river by now. But now it seems that everything is going as Craven expected. Facing Chen Luo, the legendary butcher, everyone has no intention of resisting at all. It seems that this werewolf clan will change hands starting today. Although he had expected it a long time ago, after actually seeing this scene, Craven couldn't restrain his heart, and 593 surged. After the werewolves chose to join Chen Luo's command, in his opinion, within a few days, the European vampires would also be conquered by Chen Luo and become a member of the Chen Luo family. In this way, the original situation where the three major vampire forces in the world were at the top of their game undoubtedly no longer existed. After destroying the two vampire empires one after another, as long as all the vampire forces in America are unified, Chen Luo will undoubtedly become the real king of the vampire clan. At that time, the power in Chen Luo's hands will undoubtedly expand to an unprecedented level. Even in the entire Dark World, he is already qualified to become one of the top underground forces, like Mutant Brotherhood, Hellfire Club, occupying a pivotal position status. Thinking that he would be able to see such a future in the near future, as a member of the Chen Luo family, for a while, Craven was too excited to hold back. The other side, Chen Luo remained motionless, looking at Lucien, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "How is it? Do you want to continue fighting?" Hearing that, not far away, Lucien, who had returned to human form at some point, lowered his head dejectedly, looking at the bloody hole in his abdomen that was blasted by Chen Luo's punch, feeling powerless in his heart. Although this kind of injury can't cause fatal damage to him, who has become a ghost wolf. But after feeling Chen Luo's punch, he already knows the huge gap between the two. That is an absolutely insurmountable gap. The excitement after becoming a ghost wolf has already cooled down. After seeing Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, Lucien, who was at the moment, no longer had the thought of resistance in his heart. The only thing left in his heart was full of Chen Luo. With difficulty, he raised his head and turned to look around. When he saw the eyes of other people looking at Chen Luo at this moment, Lucien had already made a decision in his heart. "No need, I lost." Feeling that his injury had improved, Lucien stood up with difficulty, and then came to Chen Luo step by step, knelt down on one knee, deeply lowered his originally high head, and a deep voice sounded. "From today onwards, you're the king of our werewolf clan. We will serve you for the rest of our lives." At the same time, all the werewolves around Chen Luo also knelt down on one knee, and a voice sounded. "King." Huge amounts of sound echoed through the vast warehouse. Including Cleven, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Luo. Their eyes were full of awe, but their hearts were also full of excitement. After seeing Chen Luo's terrifying strength, everyone no longer had the slightest resistance to joining Chen Luo's command. On the contrary, in their hearts, they felt a sense of peace that they had never had before. For hundreds of years, although the werewolves have been fighting fiercely with the vampires, due to the huge disadvantages in numbers and equipment, they spend almost every day hiding in Tibet, mentally tense all the time, guarding against external dangers. Although in such an environment, they quickly became elite werewolf fighters one by one. Years of life-and-death fights have made them rapidly improve both in terms of survival experience and fighting skills. But such a non-stop fighting life, even a werewolf who is naturally warlike will have a tired day. No matter how tired they are, facing the pursuit of the vampires, they still have to brace themselves to deal with it. After all, this is a fight for their own survival, and they dare not slack off in the slightest. However, the life of hiding in Tibet all the year round, as well as the tension of life hanging by a thread at that moment, made the werewolves face huge amounts of pressure. However, such pressure disappeared without a trace after they chose to join Chen Luo's command. After witnessing the strength of this legendary butcher and the power in Chen Luo's hands, the werewolves couldn't help but be full of hope for their future life. Even if Craven chooses to join Chen Luo's command now, even if there is no movement on the European vampire side, with the help of Craven, it will be a matter of time before they choose to join. In this way, the werewolves no longer need to face the pursuit of the vampires, and their own safety is also guaranteed. Thinking of this, everyone was shrouded in a sense of security that they had never had before, and they were even more convinced by Chen Luo. After seeing the choices of the werewolves, Chen Luo was also in a good mood, with a satisfied smile on his face. After successfully achieving the goal of his trip, Chen Luo did not leave in a hurry and let the others disperse. At the moment, only Chen Luo, Craven, and Lucien were present at the scene. Looking at Lucien, Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke slowly. Then, according to my promise to you, when the awakening ceremony begins tomorrow, I will send Victor to your minister. Hearing this, Lucien, who was a little nervous about whether Chen Luo would really keep his promise, suddenly showed excitement on his face and looked at Chen Luo with gratitude. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Chen Luo's next sentence. But before that, you have to do one thing for me first. Regarding this, Lucien didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Wang, I don't know what you need me to do for you in 4.6. Facing Lucien's question, Chen Luo didn't answer. Instead, he slowly turned his head and looked at Craven on the other side with a smile on his face. Craven, I think it's time for you to tell Serena the truth about that incident. Hearing this, Craven was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately understood what Chen Luo was thinking. He didn't dare to be negligent, and nodded quickly. I see. Chen Luo is a man of heaven. Afterwards, the three discussed the next step again before Chen Luo and Craven turned and left. Now that Victor's fate has been decided, it is necessary to make good use of his death. At the very least, I can't let that hate me. Sitting in the car, recalling that cold and beautiful face, Chen Luo sighed slightly. Early the next morning, Chen Luo approached Serena early on, and then told her the news he had prepared earlier. What? The human has returned? The werewolves didn't do anything to him. After hearing the news from Chen Luo, Serena was also surprised. After the previous investigation, she found that the human named Michael was the target of the werewolf. In order to find out what the other party's purpose was, she and Chen Luo made a special trip but found nothing. But she didn't expect that after only 2 days, the other party would be released by those werewolves. Such a situation could not help but attract her attention. After bowing her head and thinking for a while, Serena's face became a little dignified. Under normal circumstances, any human being who falls into the hands of werewolves will never have a chance of survival. But since Michael was able to return to his residence intact, in her opinion, there is only one possible explanation. That is, this human being has been assimilated into a werewolf. Hunting werewolves is also the responsibility of a Daywalker, and Serena was also a little curious about why the other party was targeted by werewolves, so after thinking for a short while, she suddenly made a decision. Chris, let's go over there and investigate again. Serena's words fell right into Chen Luo's arms, and he had no reason to refuse and immediately nodded in agreement. Then the two set off immediately and drove towards their destination. On the way, looking at Serena's flawless side face, Chen Luo's heart moved. As if thinking of something, he asked curiously, By the way, Serena, I heard from Craven that you are the adopted daughter of Elder Victor, right? Can you tell me about it? How did you meet? Hearing this, Serena was silent for a moment. Her face became a little gloomy, and she slowly said, That's right. If Victor hadn't saved me and transformed me into a vampire, I wouldn't have survived until now. Hundreds of years ago, the village where I lived was attacked by werewolves, including my parents, who were slaughtered by werewolves. I was able to temporarily escape from werewolves because my father hid me in an underground secret room early. Hunt. However, just when the werewolves were about to find me, Victor found them in time. After killing all the werewolves who attacked our village, he found me. It was also from that day that I began to walk in this world as a vampire. Serena slowly told Chen Luo her story. Although her face looked calm, Chen Luo could still faintly feel the hatred for werewolves in her heart, and for Vic, who was her savior. So much gratitude for that. Sensing her emotions, Chen Luo sighed inwardly. For this girl who has been kept in the dark for hundreds of years, my heart is full of pity, and at the same time, for Victor, the culprit, my heart is full of killing intent. Regarding the incident Serena experienced, Craven was at the scene at the time, and he watched how Victor brutally slaughtered all men, women, and children in the village, leaving only Serena alive. As for why Serena's life was spared, the reason is also very simple. Because from the moment he saw Serena, Victor remembered the daughter who was killed by him at that time. Because the two are somewhat similar in appearance, and because Serena knows nothing about the truth here, because she was hidden by her father, Victor decided to spare her life and she adopted her as her adopted daughter. Since then, Serena has spent hundreds of years in Victor's lies. In order to repay her adoptive father and avenge her parents, she has been hunting down werewolves as a member of the Death Walkers and serving the vampires. Contribute your strength. And Serena's miserable life was all caused by Victor. Therefore, after learning the truth from Craven, Chen Luo made a decision at that time. Only by giving the other party the most cruel death can he calm down the killing intent in his heart. Soon, Serena, soon you will be able to revenge. Suppressing the imminent killing intent in his heart. Looking at Serena at the side, Chen Luo thought silently in his heart. Afterwards, the two came to the downstairs where Michael was again and got off the car one after another. The two looked at each other and then walked upstairs at the same time. When the two came to the room where the target was again, they were about to open the door, but at this moment, there was a faint roar from the corridor outside the door. Hearing this voice, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly became serious. He turned to look at Serena and said softly, "I'll go and have a look first. Be careful yourself. If there's anything wrong, just run towards me." "Well, I see." Serena nodded slightly, looked at Chen Luo with some worry, and said, "Be careful too. Don't worry. Don't you know my strength?" Chen Luo smiled, then immediately turned around and walked towards the end of the corridor. He strode forward, turned the corner, and came to the door at the end of the corridor. When he walked through that door, he was greeted by two muscular, burly men who had been waiting for a long time. "King." Seeing Chen Luo approaching, the two of them looked serious and quickly lowered their heads and asked respectfully. Chen Luo waved his hand, didn't pay much attention to these things, looked straight at the two of them, and asked, "What is the arrangement with Lucien?" "King, the leader is ready." Hearing Chen Luo's question, the two quickly answered, "That's good." Chen Luo nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. Just before Chen Luo and the two came here, Lucien arrived with a group of subordinates, deliberately revealing Michael's whereabouts, and then attracted Serena's attention, leading him here. After coming to 230, Chen Luo will create an opportunity for Serena and Lucien to meet. As long as she can recognize Lucien's true identity, then this step of the plan will be considered a success. As long as Serena realizes that Lucien is not dead, she will also realize Craven's problem. At that time, with her loyalty to Victor, her most likely choice is undoubtedly to wake Victor up in advance. Let Victor himself deal with Craven. After all, Craven is now the well-deserved leader of the European vampire side. Even if it is Serena who exposes what Craven has done, there may be a small number of people who believe her, so her choice can be expected. And at that time, it was Craven's turn to perform. As for why Chen Luo went to such lengths to let Serena discover the truth by herself instead of telling the other party directly, the reason is also very simple. That is, Serena's trust in Victor is still too deep. After all, he has been her adoptive father for hundreds of years, and it is conceivable how deep the relationship was during this period. Based on her trust in Victor, even if Chen Luo chose to tell her the truth, she might not believe it. On the contrary, it might even hurt the relationship between him and Serena. So even for the sake of insurance, Chen Luo would not take this risk. Compared to telling her by herself, it is better to let her find out by herself. It will be more credible. Just as Chen Luo was thinking this way, the next moment, a burst of intense gunshots suddenly sounded from the corridor. Hearing this voice, Chen Luo was refreshed. After dismissing the two people in front of him, he turned and walked towards the source of the voice. Boom! Just after he took a few steps, there was a sound of glass shattering, and a black shadow jumped out of the window instantly, fell to the ground, and ran towards the outside of the house. After meeting Serena, Lucien had no intention of fighting her at all, and immediately turned and fled. Definitely, with his current strength, it would only take a few tricks to subdue Serena, but even so, he didn't dare to make any rash moves. As the leader who can lead the werewolf family to confront vampires for hundreds of years, Lucien's wisdom cannot be underestimated. Even though Chen Luo didn't mention the relationship between him and Serena, through this time the plan, he still noticed the clue immediately. If Chen Luo didn't take it so seriously, why bother to make such a series of plans? Wouldn't it be more efficient to arrest Victor directly? Lucien, who is well aware of Chen Luo's strength, knows very well that as long as Chen Luo is willing to make a move, even if Victor's strength is among the vampires, he is only inferior to Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire clan, and he will absolutely block it. Can't help Chen Luo's tricks. Obviously, the reason why Chen Luo chose to do this means that this Selena must have a very important weight in Chen Luo's heart, and he will not be surprised that the two will be together in the future. Therefore, for this woman who might become a queen in the future, Lucien didn't dare to fight back at all. He just turned around and fled immediately after showing his face in front of the other party. Anyway, his current task has been completed, and the next step is to watch Craven's performance. Relying on several times faster than Serena, in less than a minute, Serena completely lost sight of the other party. Just when she was feeling a little annoyed, behind her, Chen Luo came late. "How about it? Serena, I heard gunshots just now. Are you all right?" Serena shook her head to express that she was fine, then turned her head to look at Chen Luo and asked with concern in her eyes, "What's going on with you? With your strength? It shouldn't take that long, right? Are you in any trouble?" "Small problem. It's just that those werewolves are a little hard to find, so it took a little extra time." Chen Luo made up a reason casually, looked around the room, and when he found nothing, he turned to look at Serena and said helplessly, "It seems that there is no trace of Michael here. It seems that the gang of werewolves should have realized that we got the news, so someone came and took him away. This is the only possibility." Serena nodded, recalling Lucien's abnormal behavior before, subconsciously thought that the other party was going to escort Michael away, so he didn't fight. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little helpless. Now that the clue of Michael disappeared again, the two of them had no reason to stay here and set off again towards the base camp. At night, there is still an hour before the awakening ceremony begins. At this time, Chen Luo and the two finally returned to the castle again. After getting out of the car, at this moment, Chen Luo seemed to suddenly think of something, turned his head to look at Serena, and said in a daze, "By the way, Serena, I suddenly have some other thoughts about that human being. As for why those werewolves captured that human being, we may be able to find some answers from the records of werewolves. I think there may be corresponding books in this castle for the records of werewolves." Hearing this, Serena also felt quite reasonable, nodded in agreement, and then said, "Then let's go and have a look." Just in time, I remember that there is an ancient book in the study that records all the history, including vampires and werewolves. If there is any clue to be found, it is the only one. The two reached an agreement, and then Serena took Chen Luo to a room that seemed to have been untouched for many years, rummaged through it for a while, and finally, on a bookshelf in the corner, they found the book Ancient Books. Can't wait to take it back to the room, the two searched together. However, after searching for a while, Serena seemed to have discovered something suddenly, and her brows subconsciously frowned. "I seem to have seen this decorative pattern on that werewolf before." Looking at the shape of this pendant recorded in the ancient books and its related introduction, Na was immediately surprised. According to the records in the ancient books, this pendant was an ornament worn by the werewolf leader Lucien. After Lucien's death, this ornament disappeared along with the other party's death. Since this is the case, what happened to the pendant she saw before? Could it be that the person she met before was Lucien? But hasn't Lucien been killed by that guy, Craven? Could it be that Lucien is still a regenerative healing factor? Or is Craven lying? Thinking of this possibility, Serena was startled and subconsciously searched again. Turning to the last page of the ancient book, a piece of skin covered with strange symbols was nailed on it with several iron nails. According to the records in the ancient book, This piece of skin was the proof that Craven killed Lucian. It was precisely because of this that Victor valued Cleven and handed over most of the family's affairs to him to manage. Originally, she didn't have any idea about her adoptive father's decision, but now it seems that it was a wrong decision. If things are really as she thinks, then there is likely to be a secret relationship between Craven and Lucian, or even a secret alliance in private. Recalling that it has become increasingly difficult for them to grasp the movements of the werewolves over the years, now it seems that it is probably also from Craven's handwriting. Just thinking of this, suddenly, another astonishing guess flooded into her mind. Thinking of that possibility, Serena couldn't help being startled. Only then did Serena suddenly recall the incident in which Elder Amelia was attacked and killed by a werewolf last night. Logically speaking, the place where Elder Amelia appeared should not be known by the werewolves, but what everyone didn't expect was that the gang of werewolves found it there that night. She didn't think much about it before, but now that she thinks about it, the reason why the werewolf was able to clear that place probably has something to do with Craven. Jointly assassinate the elders with the werewolf clan? Thinking of this possibility, Serena felt a chill in her heart and couldn't help but be shocked by what Craven did. Why'd he do this? What is the purpose of doing this? Serena frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he wants to kill all the elders and make himself the new king of the vampire clan? After thinking of this possibility, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although this guess is outrageous, but thinking about it carefully, it seems that only this reason can explain why the other party did this. Realizing Craven's wolf ambition, Serena's face suddenly became more serious than ever. She turned her head, looked at Chen Luo, and solemnly expressed her analysis. After listening to her guess, Chen Luo subconsciously took a breath. Don't get me wrong, he was definitely not surprised by Craven's wolf ambition. On the contrary, he was surprised by Serena's mind-blowing ideas. Chen Luo, who knew the specific situation, definitely understood what was going on, but he didn't have the slightest intention to say it out. Instead, he nodded in agreement and said seriously, "It seems that Craven is indeed very suspicious." Seeing that Chen Luo also agrees with his opinion, before Serena is happy, Chen Luo then changed the subject and said, "But if there is no real evidence, even if I believe you, I'm afraid others won't believe it either. And with Cleven's status in the family, even if others believe in you, what can they do to him? After all, Cleven has been running this family for hundreds of years, and the power he possesses is definitely not something that ordinary people can deal with. Unless you have to wait for someone at the level of an elder to wake up, there is no possibility of stopping him." At this moment, Chen Luo already began to imply that in order to stop Craven's ambition, the only solution is to wake up the sleeping elders. After Chen Luo's reminder, Serena also seemed to think of something. First her eyes lit up, and then she said, "It's only a few hours away from the awakening ceremony. After the ceremony is over and Elder Marcus wakes up, we will—" Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Luo reaching out his hand. "Serena, don't forget another thing. Since Craven is going to become the new king of the vampire clan, how could he just watch the elder wake up? If my guess is correct, I'm afraid there will be an accident when the awakening ceremony just begins. Perhaps by then, the werewolves will come out to cause destruction." Hearing this, Serena's expression froze and her heart shook. At this time, she finally realized that if Craven really had such a wolf ambition as she thought, then he would never just watch the elder wake up like this. And during the awakening ceremony, the elder was in an unprecedented weak state, taking advantage of this good opportunity. If he could kill all the elders in one fell swoop, then no one would really be able to stop him in the future. Thinking of this, Serena immediately ignored other things and immediately got up to wake up the sleeping elder in advance. Wait a minute. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly reached out to stop her, looked at Serena's puzzled face, smiled wryly, and said, "Serena, you are too impulsive. It is not wise to wake up the elder now way of doing. If you don't have enough evidence to prove yourself, you will be punished for waking up the elders in advance. In my opinion, we might as well go to confront Craven first and test the other party's reaction. If the other party is really what we think and unites with Lucian, we should be able to see some abnormalities in the other party in the face of our questioning. If my guess is correct, maybe I can use this to find evidence that the other party has colluded with the werewolves. In this way, we don't have to worry about awakening the elders again. Reminded by Chen Luo, Serena also nodded in agreement, and then the two discussed it and finally decided that Serena would come to confront Craven, while Chen Luo would observe in the dark. Let's see what reaction Craven will have after the confrontation between the two is over. As long as the other party changes and Chen Luo finds evidence of alliance with the werewolf, their next move will undoubtedly be very sure. Now, they're only about 2 hours before the awakening ceremony begins, and knowing that time is running out, the two of them immediately started to act without any delay. Seeing the back of Serena leaving, Chen Luo sighed slightly, turned around, and walked outside the gate without saying anything. Not long. Bang, bang, bang. Coming. Already. Cleven, who had been waiting for a long time, was refreshed instantly. He came to the gate, opened it, and saw the person coming, with a smile on his face, Zhao Diheo, and said, "Serena, what do you want me to do?" Walking into the room, Serena raised her head and looked at the other party expressionlessly, with complicated eyes. "Craven, did you really succeed in killing Lucian back then? Or did Lucian actually give you that piece of skin?" Hearing this, Craven's expression changed instantly, and an imperceptible panic flashed in his eyes, and he retorted subconsciously, "What nonsense are you talking about? Lucian is already dead. It's in my hands. Is there any doubt about it? Really? But I seem to have seen the legendary long-dead Wolf King today." Serena's face was indifferent, and anger surged in her heart. "So, this makes me feel helpless. No doubt, you used lies to win Victor's trust. What do you think Victor would do if he knew this? Traitor. Enough." Craven's complexion changed suddenly. His eyes were about to breathe fire, and he looked at Serena with a stern face, and a deep voice sounded. "Stop talking about these unfounded guesses. Serena, if you think I'm related to werewolves, show me the evidence. If not, then I can only see off the guests. Then just wait and see." After staring straight at the other party for a while, Serena finally left a word coldly, then turned around and left the room quickly. Seeing the disappearing figure of the other party, Cleven, who was originally full of anger, changed his face instantly, and all his anger disappeared. Recalling Chen Luo's previous plan, Craven's eyes were a bit complicated, and he whispered to Xan, "Next, it's my turn to play." Then, after waiting for a while, Craven opened the door and gradually disappeared into the darkness. After going out, Serena immediately turned and walked towards her room. After returning to the room and waiting for a while, Chen Luo pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Chen Luo coming in, Serena immediately stood up, came to Chen Luo, and asked impatiently, "How is it? Did Craven make any moves?" Although there were doubts in her tone, at this moment, Serena was already convinced that, just as she thought, there was indeed some kind of connection between Craven and the werewolf. The reason is also very simple. When she came to confront Craven before, the other party's behavior was enough to explain something, and she also had a certain degree of certainty in her mind about the next action. It's just that if you want to really testify your doubts, you need to have decisive evidence. So, under Serena's expectant gaze, Chen Luo nodded with a smile, then took out the material evidence he had prepared and waved it in front of Serena's eyes. Just in case, before following the other party, I took a camera to take pictures so that with the above photos as evidence, our actions will be more convincing. As for Serena, the evidence you want is already here. Just as you thought, shortly after you left, I saw a car leaving here outside. So I followed medical, paused, as if recalling something. Chen Luo's face showed a trace of solemnity and said in a deep voice, "You never imagined, what did I see? Less than 2 kilometers away from the ancient castle, there are already a large number of werewolves waiting there, and their leader is the one you saw today, Serena. Hearing this, Serena's pupils shrank instantly, and she subconsciously said, "Lucian?" "That's right." Chen Luo nodded, and then said, "It seems that my previous guess is correct. Those werewolves will definitely wait until the awakening ceremony begins to attack us." Coupled with Craven's cooperation, it seems that they are well prepared this time. The only way now is to wake up the elders in advance, and to get rid of the traitor Craven first. Without his cooperation, the possibility of those werewolves trying to capture the castle will be greatly reduced. Now, I have a photo of the werewolf leader in my hand. As long as I give it to the elder, he should be able to understand that what Craven said back then was all 070 lies. After listening to Chen Luo's analysis, Serena also understood the seriousness of the situation. Not far from the castle, a group of werewolves were watching and ready to attack at any time. And inside the castle, there's this traitor, Craven, cooperating inside and outside. With his help, if we take the initiative to let the werewolf in, all the vampires in the castle will undoubtedly be wiped out. You must know that the awakening ceremony is just around the corner, and those gathered in the castle are all high-level forces distributed by various vampires in Europe. In addition to the high-level forces, his descendants also came here with their parents. If they are all destroyed by werewolves, the vampire clan will undoubtedly fall into chaos in an instant. Such a result is undoubtedly what Serena does not want to see. Therefore, the best solution for the current plan is to wake up the elders in advance. With the power of the elders, the threat of Craven can definitely be eradicated. In this way, without Craven's cooperation, the werewolf will undoubtedly succeed. It's hard. Thinking of this, Serena's expression became solemn, and she did not neglect at all. She immediately led Chen Luo, and the two walked quickly towards the direction where the elder was sleeping. And just when Serena started to act, at the same time, the elders are sleeping in the ground. At this moment, Craven appeared here one step earlier. As Victor's appointed agent, Craven's journey was unimpeded, without anyone blocking him, and he successfully arrived at the destination of his trip. Standing near the place where Victor was sleeping, Craven took a deep breath as he thought of his next plan. His eyes became extremely serious, and he was ready. Prepare. Squat down and rotate the circular device on the ground clockwise. Then, accompanied by the sound of gears running. Immediately afterwards, under Craven's gaze, a circular passage with a diameter of about 2 meters slowly opened. As the passage opened, a whole body was pitch black, and a huge coffin with a hollow in the middle rose slowly from the passage, appearing in front of Craven's eyes. The coffin rose up little by little, and when it was fully exposed in the air, what appeared in front of Craven was a path about 2.5 meters high. The outer layer was made of steel, and the inner layer was covered with side, wrapped in dark brown wood, looks extremely cold and huge coffin. And in the center of the coffin, there's a corpse lying in it, with its whole body dry, its skin like old bark, its eyes closed, without a trace of life. It seems to have fallen into an eternal deep sleep. The sleeping corpse in front of him is one of the 3 elders of the vampire clan, and the strongest vampire besides Marcus, Victor. Looking at Victor, who was falling into a deep sleep in the coffin, Craven didn't know what to think of, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but soon, the fear disappeared without a trace. After all, he has served under Victor for hundreds of years, and it is normal for him to have a little awe of his original master. If he hadn't joined Chen Luo's command now, he wouldn't have the courage to face Victor at this moment. But when he thought of what he was about to do, Craven couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, he controlled himself to calm down quickly, and then Craven placed the coffin in front of him horizontally, and then he took out a vial from behind. Open the cork and pour the blood inside, straight into Victor's mouth. Although there are only a few drops of blood in this vial, the blood was transformed by Chen Luo using the blood cup, and the energy contained in it is definitely not a small number. It is already enough to wake Victor up and recover quickly to peak condition. Sure enough, as the blood in the bottle fell into Victor's mouth, the energy contained in the blood quickly flowed throughout his body, as if injecting new vitality into his withered and old body, and his vitality slowly began to recover. The withered heart became bright red again and began to beat again. With the operation of the heart, the blood in the whole body gradually began to circulate, reactivating all the organs in the body. Operations resumed. Immediately afterwards, under Craven's watchful eyes, Victor's whole body was dry and old, and the skin on it that was not full of gullies was rapidly recovering its luster, and the color of blood appeared on his face again. After receiving sufficient energy supplements, Victor finally regained his composure. Waking up from sleep, he slowly opened his eyes. Owner, seeing Victor wake up, Craven didn't dare to neglect. He quickly lowered his head and greeted him respectfully. After moving his stiff body, Victor slowly got up, walked out of the coffin, and came to the ground. After looking around for a while, finally, Victor's deep and hoarse voice sounded. Craven, is it time for me to wake up now? Master, Craven's trembling voice sounded. Actually, it's not time for you to wake up now. Logically speaking, it should be 300 years before you wake up next time. Hearing this, Victor's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. His brows were tightly frowned, and he slowly turned his head to look at Craven when a cold voice sounded. What did you say? If you say that, did you wake me up 300 years in advance? Don't you know that this has violated the tradition of our vampire family? You should understand the consequences of violating the tradition. From the birth of the European vampire family, through the resolution of the 3 elders, during the reign of each elder, the other 2 elders will fall into a deep sleep, and a wake-up ceremony will be held every 300 years, and the elders will rotate again. This tradition has lasted for hundreds of years, and there have never been any accidents. However, Vegetable when manually broke this tradition today, as a decision made by the 3 elders. If you violate this tradition, the punishment will be extremely harsh. At that time, the violator will be punished by the sun, and will be reduced to ashes under the scorching sun and die. Regarding this regulation, Victor believed that Craven must be very clear, but even so, he chose to do so, and the reason for it could not help but slightly aroused his curiosity. But if you can give me a reasonable reason, I can give you a lighter punishment this time. Hearing this, Cleven did not dare to neglect it all, and immediately began to tell the other party the speech he had prepared. Master, actually, the reason why I woke you up early this time is mainly because of something wrong with Serena. Serena? What's wrong with her? Hearing this name, Victor couldn't help recalling the face somewhat similar to his own daughter, and said slowly with a few fluctuations in his eyes. Serena, she knows about that. Craven lowered his head even more, not daring to stop for a moment, and continued. The truth about her parents being killed back then. She knows it all by now, one. This subordinate doesn't know exactly how she found out, but now this subordinate has received the news that Serena is coming here, and it seems that she wants to seek revenge from you, Master. Yeah. Hearing this, Victor's face froze, and he fell silent for an instant. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. His face became indifferent again, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said without emotion, Since Serena already knows the truth, there is no need to keep her up. I'll just wait for her to come over. When the time comes, I will send her along and reunite with her parents downstairs. After all, Victor turned his head to look at Craven, nodded slightly, and said, You did a good job in this matter. You can also be exempted from the punishment this time. Okay, just step back. You won't be needed here anymore. Craven didn't dare to say much, and immediately planned to turn around and leave. However, before he walked out of the gate, the next moment there was a fierce fight outside the gate, and then the gate opened instantly. Serena and Chen Luo stepped into the gate one by one, and immediately bumped into Craven, who was about to leave. It's you. Seeing the person coming, Serena's face was startled, and a trace of doubt flashed in her heart. She didn't expect to be able to see the other party here. Logically speaking, after knowing that she had discovered his secret, shouldn't the most important thing for Craven at this moment be to have more fun away from the elder's sleeping place? Will you take the initiative to enter here? Just when Serena was wondering, on the other side, Chen Luo exchanged glances with Craven seemingly inadvertently, and after receiving a confirmed reply from the other party, his heart instantly became clear. After subduing the werewolf clan, he also started to arrange for Serena early. In order for Serena to discover the truth by herself, Chen Luo first let Lucian show up in front of her, which made her suspicious of Craven, and then during the period when Chen Luo held her back first, Craven took the first step, go to the elder's sleeping place and wake Victor up. As long as Craven takes the first step, Serena already knows. After telling Victor the truth about the murder of his parents, he was preconceived. After seeing it, Serena came over, thinking that the other party was looking for revenge. Victor would also expose the hypocrisy. Mask, reveal your true colors. Only when Victor admits it himself, Serena will truly shatter all her fantasies about her adoptive father. At that time, Chen Luo will be able to solve it logically, and the fact is exactly as he expected. Before Serena could speak, the next moment, not far away, an extremely familiar voice sounded to her. You finally came. Under the nourishment of the blood provided by Chen Luo, Victor at the moment has returned to his peak state, wearing a black robe with a medieval atmosphere, and slowly came to Serena. Forward. At this moment, Victor's face was calm and terrifying, and the cold, murderous aura continued to surge outward, and the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. Are you here to seek revenge from me? That's fine. Then come. But before I do it, I need you to answer one thing. Victor looked directly into Serena's eyes and asked each word. How do you know? Your parents died at my hands? Seeing Victor approaching, Serena's eyes flashed with joy, and she was about to say something, but when he heard what the other party said, he froze in place for an instant. What did you say? My parents were killed by you. Then what you told me before, that my village was slaughtered by werewolves, was it also a lie? After a while, she finally came back to her senses. Her heart was shaking violently. Her eyes were flustered. She looked at Victor in disbelief and asked with a trembling voice. Seeing Serena's reaction, Victor was also taken aback for a moment. As if he had thought of something, he immediately reacted, turned his head to look at Craven and his murderous, intense sword. You lied to me? Staring at the other party, at this moment Victor finally realized something. The person in front of him, who was personally appointed by him as the family agent, had always been loyal to him. The servant actually completely betrayed him. Thinking of this, Victor's face turned black instantly, and the killing intent in his heart became even more violent. Feeling the aura on Victor's body at the moment, Craven swallowed subconsciously and took a few steps back. Although he immediately wanted to turn around and flee, but when he thought of the invincible butcher standing behind him, Craven's heart instantly became much calmer. Bracing his courage, he looked at the other party without showing any weakness, and Craven said with a sneer, I didn't lie to you. Victor, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. Is Serena looking for you now, or is it just a reminiscence? What Craven said to Victor earlier was not strictly speaking a lie. After all, according to what he said, Serena knew the truth and then sought revenge from Victor. Haven't all these things come true now? It's just a little difference in time. It's just ironic that Victor himself said the truth about all this. However, this is the only way to completely break all Serena's fantasies about Victor and fully recognize the reality. If it weren't for this, Chen Luo wouldn't have spent such a lot of time arranging this series of plans, but now it seems that it has finally come the time to finish. The other side, after seeing Victor's confession, Selena finally understood that the original respect for Victor had long since disappeared. Sadness and anger were intertwined in her eyes. White, as if seeing the complexity in Serena's heart at the moment, Chen Luo sighed slightly in his heart and slowly stepped forward, coming in front of Serena and covering her behind him. Leave it to me, then. Just take a look here. Soon, he will pay for everything he has done. After saying this, Chen Luo turned his head to look at Serena with a slight smile on his face. From now on, I will protect you. Staring blankly at Chen Luo's generous back, Serena's nose was sour. Her eyes were slightly moist. She looked straight at Chen Luo, and then nodded heavily. Looking at the scene in front of him, a chill flashed in Victor's eyes, and the icy, killing intent continued to surround him, as if he was going to freeze the entire space, and a cold voice sounded. "Hee, you said you want to deal with me alone. Just you? A little vampire." Regarding his own strength, Victor is very confident. Except for Marcus, who is the ancestor of the vampire family, he feels that no one will be his opponent, so he also disdains what Chen Luo gang said. As a race that grows by sucking blood, generally speaking, as the age increases after sucking a lot of blood, the strength of vampires is much stronger than those newborn vampires. And as one of the 3 elders of the vampire family, Victor has lived for more than 800 years. Such a long life is enough to make his strength grow to the point where other vampires are far behind. Not to mention the superb fighting skills that have been honed over a long life. In terms of physical fitness alone, Victor is more than twice as strong as ordinary vampires. With such a gap, he didn't feel that he would have any possibility of failure at all. However, Victor, who has been asleep for 300 years, doesn't know that the world today is different from what he knew before. Since decades ago, the world has also ushered in huge amounts of changes. First, the world's first super soldier, Captain America, was born, and then more and more mutants began to gradually awakening. After decades of development, now it has formed a tripartite force consisting of Hellfire Club, Mutant Brotherhood, and X-Men coexistence situation. Coupled with the rise of Chen Luo, the Butcher, it can be said that the world is far more dangerous than Victor imagined, and there are few existences whose strength surpasses him. Unfortunately, Chen in front of him, Luo, happened to be such an existence. But this is not the end. If in a few more years, when Iron Man officially debuts and the superhero era begins, by then, this world will be much more exciting than it is now. But in such an era, Victor has no chance to see it again. Since Chen Luo has made up his mind to make a move, today is the deadline for him to survive in this world. He had already regarded him as a dead man in his heart. For such a person, Chen Luo had no intention of talking nonsense with him. He walked slowly to him, beckoned, and said calmly, "Stop talking so much nonsense. Since you have the confidence, let's start. Let me see, what kind of strength do you, the elder of the vampire clan, have?" Seeing Chen Luo's nonchalant attitude, Victor's eyes flickered with coldness. His smile became even colder and crueler. His murderous aura surged rapidly and spread to the surroundings, and then, with a deep and hoarse voice, laughter sounded. "Hee, since you're looking for death, I will give you a ride." As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, Victor shot instantly. Even if he doesn't have any weapons in his hands, with his hands alone, Victor has absolute confidence. He can directly twist the opponent's neck in less than 3 moves, and then send Chen Luo's soul to hell. Following the sound of piercing through the air, Victor's movements were as fast as lightning, and he appeared in front of Chen Luo in an instant. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Chen Luo's neck. As long as he managed to make contact with it, and then exerted a little force with his hands, he would be able to take Chen Luo's life. Seeing this oncoming blow, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he felt a little admiration for this old guy's fighting skills. As a veteran vampire who has survived for more than 800 years, there is no doubt that the opponent's fighting skills are much better than the skills he got from Blade. If it is in a similar physical condition, then Chen Luo is really impossible, is the opponent's opponent. But now, no matter how strong the opponent's skills are, it is nothing but futile in the face of absolute power. Facing the opponent's fierce blow, Chen Luo didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and stood motionless, letting Victor wrap his hands around his neck. Seeing that he had made a contribution with one blow, Victor was surprised, but at the same time, he became even more disdainful towards Chen Luo. It turned out that when Chen Luo stepped forward and threatened to kill him, Victor thought that Chen Luo would have something to rely on, so he used all his strength as soon as he made a move. But he didn't want to use only one move, and the opponent didn't react at all. and he caught the vital point. Such a hip-pull performance, and recalling his cautiousness just now, for a while, Victor felt ashamed and annoyed. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Victor didn't mean to stop at all, looked at Chen Luo, smiled cruelly, and said softly, "Bye now." Then, with a sudden force with both hands, Chen Luo's neck was about to be broken. "Don't want." Seeing this scene, behind Chen Luo, Serena's pupils began to shrink violently. A trace of uncontrollable panic appeared on her face, and she subconsciously stretched out her hand to stop it. However, she is still far away from Chen Luo now, and Victor has both hands on Chen Luo's neck at this moment. In such a situation, unless she can teleport. Otherwise, it is impossible to rescue in time. Seeing Victor start to exert his strength, seeing the ferocious and cruel smile on the other side's face at this moment, Lena was full of despair for a while. Hundreds of years ago, her parents died at the hands of Victor, just like today. However, until now, she still has to watch the person she likes suffer the same fate. When she thinks of such an ending, say Lin Na's eyes were covered with raging, killing intent. As soon as she moved her feet, Serena immediately planned to rush forward to avenge Chen Luo. But before she could make a move, an extremely familiar voice sounded the next moment. "Old fellow, is that all you have left?" Lowering his head, looking at Victor, who was only a few centimeters lower than himself, Chen Luo's mouth showed a trace of coldness. How can this be? Looking at the unharmed Chen Luo in front of him, the ferocious and cruel smile on Victor's face instantly became dull, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Although the blow just now looked simple, he had used all his strength, and he was attacking such a weak part as the neck. Logically speaking, with his strength 10 times that of ordinary vampires, it was enough to knock the neck of an ordinary person. It is not difficult to twist it off directly or even tear it off together with the head, but for Chen Luo, it has no effect. Chen Luo was not surprised at all. Although Victor at the moment's strength attribute is converted into numbers, it would still have a terrifying value of 40 or 50 points. But facing Chen Luo, whose strength attribute has already reached 3 digits, there is undoubtedly a huge amount of gap. In addition to the gap in strength, Chen Luo also has the blessing of the ability of the steel body. Under the effect of this ability, his body is like poured steel. With his current defense power, even a monster as big as King Kong is confident that he can resist it, let alone the attack in front of him. Rot. Completely ignoring the opponent's attack, Chen Luo's face was full of calm. Is there any other way? If not, then it could be over. What did you say? Hearing this, Victor's face, which was still full of disbelief, was instantly filled with anger, and the killing intent surged wildly in his heart, and then his body instantly disappeared in front of everyone. There was a rapid sound of breaking through the air, and then, when Victor reappeared, he was already behind Chen Luo. At the end of both hands, the nails began to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, sharp claws were formed, aiming at the back of Chen Luo's heart and clawing straight forward. This move is also the ultimate move he often uses when hunting. As a vampire who lives on blood, Victor always has a different preference for the blood of the human heart. Therefore, every time he hunted and killed human beings, he would directly take out their hearts while they were still alive and taste the sweet blood in them. Looking at the unsuspecting Chen Luo, Victor had a hint of excited smile on his face. He couldn't wait to see the blank and painful expression on the other side's face after taking out his heart. There was a piercing sound like fingernails scratching a steel plate the moment Victor's hands touched Chen Ho's back. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a sharp pain, under Chen Luo's steel-like defensive power, his pair of sharp claws broke instantly, and his hands were bleeding profusely. I said, "Why do you all like to use your claws to grab other people's clothes?" Sensing the movement from behind, Chen Luo looked a little worried, turned around, and suddenly drew an afterimage with his hands and instantly grabbed the opponent's wrists. This is not a good habit. Click. The next moment, with Chen Luo's hands slightly exerting force, under the action of huge amounts of strength, the opponent's hands and wrists were instantly crushed by his huge force. let go of the opponent's already shape-shifting wrist, Chen Luo still kept moving, pinching the opponent's neck with one hand, and then forcefully throw it to the ground. Boom! There was a dull bang, and under Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, Victor had no room to resist, and his whole body was smashed to the ground. Nearly half of the bones in the body were broken in an instant, and the internal organs were also shifted. At this moment, Victor's brain fell into a state of dizzy, and he completely lost the strength to resist. But Chen Luo, who knew the vampire's recovery speed, didn't stop there. He raised his foot and stomped on the opponent's legs, smashing the bones of his legs to ensure that it was gone. After the possibility of escape, he finally stopped the movement. His legs received such a heavy blow again, and Victor, who was still a little unconscious at first, was awakened by the severe pain in an instant, screaming on the ground with a face of pain. Okay, this side has been resolved. Next, it depends on Lucian's performance. Looking at Victor, who had no power to resist on the ground, Chen Luo nodded slightly, then turned to look at Craven behind him, and said lightly, "Craven, contact Lucian. You can start to act." "Yes, Master Chen Luo." Craven replied subconsciously, but the next moment he reacted instantly, realized something, turned his head a little stiffly, and looked at Serena at the side. Sure enough, Serena, who was still shocked by Chen Luo's successful handling of Victor so quickly, was instantly drawn to it after hearing Craven's answer. "Oh, Chen Luo, why does this name sound familiar? Wait, Chen Luo, that legendary butcher." Finally realizing something, Serena's eyes widened subconsciously, and she looked at Chen Luo in surprise. "Chris, are you just—" Seeing that Serena had already guessed his identity, Chen Luo smiled helplessly, no longer intending to hide it, and nodded slightly, admitting it. "Sorry, I haven't told you about my real identity before. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Chen Luo. The previous name, Chris, was just my pseudonym." Seeing Chen Luo personally nodding and admitting, although he had already vaguely expected it, after receiving an affirmative answer, Serena still had her brain shut down and stood there blankly, taking a long time to come back to her senses. After a while, Serena finally recovered and regained her senses. His eyes wandered around Chen Luo and Craven beside him for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. As if he understood something, Serena subconsciously said, "If you say that, then Craven shouldn't be rescued by you, right?" "That's right. I asked Craven to bring me here," Chen Luo said without any concealment. Now that the matter has come to this point, Craven has no intention of continuing to hide it, so he nods helplessly to admit it. Seeing that her guess was confirmed, Serena looked at Chen Luo with a complicated look. "Chris, Chen, then the purpose of your coming here, for what?" "Revenge." As soon as the news of Craven's defeat came back, Serena realized that sooner or later, this land would eventually be set foot by Chen Luo, and her family would also be brought down by Chen Luo. Come for revenge. It's just that she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Regarding Serena's question, Chen Luo smiled and shook his head lightly. "Revenge. Actually, the werewolf has already done it for me. There is only one purpose for me to come here now, and that is to invite werewolves and vampires to join my family. Regarding this point, the werewolves are no longer a problem, so the rest is only here." Hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Serena's heart was shocked again. After thinking for a while, she understood the meaning contained in Chen Luo's words. So, Elder Amelia is also the one who passed the news to the werewolves. To this question, Ko763 Levin took the initiative to stand up and answer. "Serena, this is already the best solution, isn't it? You should understand, with the power of Master Chen Luo, if revenge is launched directly, how much loss will our family suffer? Since the fate of the family has already been doomed, why don't we choose a way with the least cost? As long as all these elders are dealt with, Master Chen Luo will no longer need to take action himself, and the power of the family can be preserved to the greatest extent. Is such a result a bad thing? Or are you really that loyal to the elders, Serena?" Hearing this, Serena's original frown relaxed slightly, and she looked around with a bit of relief. If she had heard what Craven said before, Serena would not have thought much about it. After all, she is Victor's adopted daughter, and she has served the family for hundreds of years, and she has a very deep affection for the family. Therefore, it is very possible that she will choose to stand on the opposite side of Chen Luo. But now it's different. After learning the truth about the murder of her parents back then, Serena no longer respected and loved Victor in her heart. As for the other two elders, she and the two elders were simply subordinates. The relationship is only average, so Serena no longer has any thoughts of resistance to Chen Luo's next move. Maybe this is already the best way. Seeing Chen Luo's handsome side face, Selena felt complicated, secretly sighed, and said no more. Seeing Serena's reaction, Chen Luo also understood her thoughts. Turning his head to look at Craven, his eyes gestured. Craven immediately understood what Chen Luo meant, nodded, and then turned to leave. After he left, Chen Luo stepped forward, stretched out his hands, hugged Serena tightly in his arms, and said softly, "Don't worry, after tonight, everything will be over. The hatred between you and Victor, as well as the grievances with the werewolves, after tonight, will no longer exist. Starting tomorrow, Serena, you will be truly free." Leaning in Chen Luo's arms, feeling the temperature from Chen Luo's chest, listening to Chen Luo's promise to her. At this moment, Serena's heart was filled with a sense of peace that she had never had before. With a flash of tenderness, he replied in a low voice, "Thank you, Chen." Just as Chen Luo and Chen Luo were exchanging feelings, Victor also recovered from the original severe pain on the ground at this moment. After hearing what Chen Luo said, he finally realized his next fate. The shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. Looking at Chen Luo's eyes, the original coldness that was not concealed was quickly replaced by panic. When his eyes moved to Serena in Chen Luo's arms, a flash of bright light, a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. He quickly struggled to raise his head, looked at Serena, and begged in a low voice, "Selena, I know you hate me, and I'm sorry for the death of your parents. But after all, I was your adoptive father and raised you for hundreds of years, so you can just watch your father being killed like this die? Let me go. Take it as your father. My last request." Hearing Victor's words, Serena turned her head and looked at Victor, who was lying on the ground with all his limbs cut off and looking extremely miserable, feeling a little complicated in her heart. But soon, this trace of complexity disappeared without a trace and was replaced by engraved hatred. Serena could never forget how her parents died tragically at the hands of each other hundreds of years ago. If it wasn't for him, I could have lived happily ever after. And what hurt her the most was that after her parents were killed by this enemy, she was still her adopted daughter, serving for her for hundreds of years. Thinking of the respect and love she had for her adoptive father, Serena's heart ached at this moment. But it feels extremely ironic. Thinking of this, Serena couldn't hold back the anger in her heart anymore, and immediately wanted to avenge her parents with her own hands. "Wait a minute, Serena." Sensing her movement, Chen Luo exerted light force with both hands to stop her. Facing Serena's suspicious eyes, Chen Luo smiled and said slowly, "If you kill him directly, that would be too cheap for him. Don't worry, Serena. Next he will get the punishment he deserves." After sending Craven on his way, Chen Luo called Blade back in. "You going out again?" Blade's brow furrowed, eyes narrowing. "So you're dumping this mess on me again?" Chen Luo grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. "Looks like I am. You're the strongest here after me, and you've already handled this before. I'll rest easier leaving it in your hands." His tone shifted, becoming serious. "This is the last time. Once I'm back from Europe and have unified the vampire forces there and in the northern bear country, all that's left will be the local clans. When I bring back enough manpower, we'll crush them." Blade's irritation melted into excitement. His hand instinctively brushed the hilt of the long blade on his back. "Fine, but when you return, the remaining clans are mine. I want to see what my new strength can really do." Chen Luo's smile widened. Deal. Meanwhile, Europe, Vampire Council headquarters. The ancient castle that housed the elders was still restless from last night's gathering. News from the far north had ignited a storm of whispers. Erica, you're not serious. Craven's alive. That's right, Erica replied, nodding firmly. He just called me. Eva's prophecy was spot on. All eyes turned toward Eva, the witch-turned vampire who had joined the council a century ago. Even Amelia, once one of the three elders, hadn't been able to match her strength. Though Eva rarely acted, her presence commanded quiet respect, bordering on fear. Eva simply smiled, offering no explanation. But deep in her eyes, a flicker of interest burned. Erica went on. Craven says he survived thanks to someone who saved him from the butcher. As thanks, he's bringing this man here. Curiosity rippled through the room. And his name? Chris Chun, Erica replied. The moment the name left her lips, Eva's mysterious smile deepened. She was suddenly eager to meet this so-called savior. From a nearby window, another figure observed her reaction. Clad in a black leather combat suit, with short chestnut hair and a flawless, sharp-featured face, she radiated both beauty and danger. This was Celine, Victor's adopted daughter and one of the deadliest death dealers alive. Celine knew Eva well enough to recognize the glint in her eye. Whoever this Chris Chun was, Eva's interest meant trouble or opportunity. 2 nights later, the roar of engines echoed in the rain as a plane descended onto the council's private airstrip. The night sky hung heavy and gray, droplets streaking across the tarmac. Chen Luo stepped out beside Craven, glancing up at the endless drizzle. After hours in the air, they had finally arrived in Europe. Hearing this familiar voice, Victor was shocked and looked up subconsciously. When he saw Lucien's familiar face, his heart was instantly replaced by astonishment, and he subconsciously said, "It's you. Aren't you already dead?" The words had just been spoken, but the next moment, he immediately reacted and quickly turned his head to look at the figure of Craven not far away. His eyes were instantly filled with rage's murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth. The cold voice sounded. "It's you again. Craven, you told me that Lucien had already been killed by you, so you lied to me then, right? Damn it, I shouldn't have believed you. You traitor." Under the shadow of death, Victor at this moment no longer had the indifference he had when the clouds were calm and everything was under control. He looked like a gambler who had lost everything, venting his anger incompetently. Facing Victor's angry roar, Craven said calmly, "Calm down, Victor, you've lost. From the day you insisted on killing your own daughter, your fate has been doomed. If it weren't for you, how could Lucien betray you? If it wasn't for you, how could we have fought with the werewolf? The clan has been stalemate for so many years. Your current fate is all your own making." When Craven said these words, behind him, the other vampires in the castle also arrived late. When they heard what Craven said, their hearts were shocked, and they recalled the past few years. The battle with the werewolves, and the loss of a large number of manpower of their own family. They couldn't help but feel a little bit dissatisfied with Victor. So, the next moment, everyone was talking about it. I think what Craven said is right. If it weren't for Victor's original decision, the werewolf wouldn't have betrayed us. Our vampire clan wouldn't have lost so many members. Victor is the center of our family. He should be tried, someone in the crowd yelled. This was definitely shouted out by the people who supported Klein. With their leading words and other people's complaints about Victor's actions, it took less than a moment for the crowd to speak out against Klein. Wynn's voice of condemnation 28. You. Looking at the people who turned back in the blink of an eye, Victor subconsciously opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. However, he has completely lost the calmness he had at the beginning. If he can regain his senses, he will find that the werewolves now occupy most of the troops in this castle. Not a fool, definitely wouldn't risk my life against Craven. After all, they haven't lived enough yet. Looking at Victor, who betrayed everyone in the blink of an eye, Lucien's face flashed with joy. His eyes revealed a cruel luster, and he approached him step by step. "Victor, I didn't expect it. You will have such a day. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? Finally, now that you have fallen into my hands, I want you to try to experience the anger that I have been harmonizing for several years. Swish! At the end of both hands, 10 incomparably sharp claws were quickly formed, and when they came to the opponent, Lucian let out a grin on his face, and then immediately waved his hands, and the sharp claws that were as sharp as daggers landed on him. The next moment, a shrill scream came. Fingers fluttered, and as the sharp claws continued to dance, he scraped off all the flesh and blood on Victor's arms, revealing the thick white bones wrapped in flesh and blood, which made people's scalp tingle. Because under the strong resilience of the vampire physique, even though he suffered the severe pain like Ling Chi, Victor still did not die, and his vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. But also because of this, seeing this scene, Lucian became even more excited. Under his deliberate control, the claws also avoided the vital points that could make Victor fatal and wandered around other parts of his body. Accompanied by Victor's screams that gradually weakened, 5 minutes later, Lucian finally stood up with a satisfied face, looked at his masterpiece on the ground, couldn't help nodding, and smiled on his face. At this moment, in front of everyone, Victor has completely changed his appearance. A large amount of flesh and blood on his body was torn off by Lucian. His limbs and chest were exposed to the air, and blood was constantly flowing out, dyeing the ground red. Vomit! Seeing this terrifying scene like a purgatory on Earth, among the crowd, the group of young vampires who came with the vampire's high-ranking fathers were the first to bear it, bent over and vomited. The eyes that looked at Lucian from time to time were filled with fear. It is obvious that today's scene is destined to become a nightmare for many people. Not only this young man, but even the vampires of the older generation beside him also looked a bit ugly, and their eyes swept towards Lucian and Craven from time to time. Everyone was full of fear for these two people. Seeing the tragic situation of Victor not far away, beside Chen Luo, Serena also looked a little pale. Although her heart trembled slightly, driven by the hatred in her heart, she forced herself to continue watching. Just when they thought it was over, but the next moment, as Lucian's voice sounded again, everyone couldn't help but jump. Okay, now that the appetizers are over, then, it's time to send you off for the last time. Turning his head and looking at the group of werewolves he had brought, Lucian had a ferocious and cruel smile on his lips. Now it's your turn to play. Let our dear Victor experience the cruelest funeral from our werewolves. Punishment of wolf bite. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, all the werewolves brought by Lucian started to roar, accompanied by violent and angry roars under the horrified gaze of the crowd. The people who were originally in human form transformed into werewolves one after another, and their dark pupils stared straight at the figure of Victor, who was already in a state of anger not far away, and then rushed forward. Seeing the actions of these werewolves, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and a ridiculous idea arose in their hearts. Could it be that, as if to prove their point of view, dozens of werewolves surrounded Victor in an instant, opened their mouths full of fangs, and pointed at Victor with his eyes wide open and frightened, showing no hesitation? Bite it down. The remaining flesh and blood were torn apart, and a large amount of blood was scattered in the air, accompanied by the sound of bone breaking and the creepy swallowing sound. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with fear when they saw this scene not far away. My hands and feet are cold, and my heart is full of panic. At this moment, even Serena, who had been forcing herself to watch, finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned her head and leaned against Chen Luo's arms, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look anymore. At the same time, at the end of the crowd, Erica and Eva, who had just arrived, just happened to see this scene. In an instant, Erica's face became extremely pale. She screamed and quickly turned her head, not daring to look again. Somewhat different from Erica, Eva stared intently at the cruel and terrifying scene in front of her, without any discomfort on her face. After looking at it for a while, she turned her head and glanced around. When she saw Chen Luo's figure, a flash of clarity flashed in her eyes, and she became more and more excited about what would happen next.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.